Random, congratulations, you are first.
Did Henry Cavill just downsize? That's exactly what fans are asking after his latest workout pics. But let's get this straight. Cavill is now in his 40s. And yes, naturally, you lose some percentage of muscle mass with age. On top of that, he's recovering from a serious leg injury. So if he looks a little smaller, that's not weakness, that's reality. And look closely, he's still got insane muscle mass.
No, I wouldn't say that's insane muscle mass. Fucking hate these AI videos. Fucking gay. Pianaments today, well, if you send me some pianaments, I'm not opposed to watching. Oh, man.
Did they really steal the elections? Have you ever wondered how former Vice President Joe Biden, a candidate who had long struggled to generate enthusiasm and spent much of the 2020 presidential campaign in his basement, managed to receive more votes than any presidential candidate in history? This video might provide you with
Costco, Target, Walmart, Best Buy have all removed the Xbox from the shelves. You mean the console or the games too? I know it's not selling well, and I know Microsoft isn't really that interested in making new hardware. So, Xbox has always sucked. The only franchise they ever had that was any good was Gears of War. Halo has always sucked since day one. Just that dumbass kids just don't realize how much it sucks.
With an explanation. 2004, trouble starts in Venezuela. Back in 2004, a leader in Venezuela named Hugo Chavez was worried he'd lose a big vote to stay in power. He called his friend, Fidel Castro, the president of Cuba. Fidel said to him,
"Don't worry, we've got a trick."
They suggested using special voting machines that could secretly change votes with a computer program. 3 smart engineers in Venezuela made a simple version of this program and put it into machines, helping Chavez win when he shouldn't have. Chavez and his Cuban friends were thrilled that it worked. They spent $200 million to improve the cheating system. 2004 to 2006, spreading to other countries. They used the system in nearby countries, such as Nicaragua and Argentina, to help socialist leaders like themselves.
Booty come donate $2. Let me see.
Oh no! There's Melanie. That's a shame, she was really nice. Oh no!
Okay. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cam.
Win elections. 2006, sneaking into America.
First donation of the day, Motorfuckers. Sup Richard.
Well, you would be the second donation of the day, CDG, but thanks for the donation, dude.
America. By 2006, the same folks created a company called Smartmatic in Delaware, US, saying it made honest voting machines.
Is Nabil Asley, like, literally insane? Is he actually claiming Joe Biden stole the fucking election? There was a whole lawsuit over this whole election thing. And it was proven that there wasn't election fraud.
Fuck you, Joe.
All right, well, thanks for the donation, CDG.
But they didn't tell anyone it was secretly tied to Venezuela. The same 3 engineers from Venezuela installed the software with the same source code as the original version. Some people, like a politician from New York named Carolyn Maloney and election checkers in California, noticed the machines had secret ways to cheat and raised alarms.
This looks fishy.
This has too many backdoors.
That's right. There are actually 14 backdoors that the engineers can use to manipulate the voting results. We will discuss this later. At that time, Arnold Schwarzenegger was governor of California, and his administration rejected the voting machine.
You are rejected.
2006 to 2010s, playing hide-and-seek with companies. To avoid getting caught, the Smartmatic folks bought
Suck my dick, CDG.
Okay, well, thanks for the donation, Bootycum.
another company, Sequoia, then sold it to a Canadian company called Dominion. In 2011, Jerry Brown was the governor of California. Unlike Governor Schwarzenegger, Brown approved the Sequoia company and gave them a contract to run elections in California. Since then, all California elections have been conducted using software developed in Venezuela.
Since 2011 in California,
They claim that with this voting machine, a conservative will never win a statewide election in California for the next 3,000 years.
I mean, it's California. They don't need to cheat elections to get a Democrat elected.
But how come a few Republicans win in statewide elections or small races?
It's
Okay, big boy.
Okay, thanks for the donation, CDG.
because the software is designed to make winning a chance, like using a lottery slot machine. More than 99% of the time, users will lose, but once in a while, they win.
He is literally making this up.
Really?
Well, originally the software from Cuba was taken from a lottery machine.
Yes, that's where the software originated.
Smartmatic and Dominion
This is like such an insane, dishonest, retarded video. So again, this was all proven in court. Like, the machines are not rigged.
made a deal. Smartmatic would use its cheating machines outside the U.S., and Dominion would use them inside the U.S. The voting companies didn't only receive money from Venezuela, but also from China.
Does it make you sad that you'll never be able to queef? No, I'm pretty happy and content with just farting.
And the Open Society Foundation, which is owned by a wealthy man named George Soros, in order to continue the cheating. This becomes an international conspiracy. 2008, a big surprise in the Democratic Party's presidential primaries. In Illinois, the city of Chicago and the Cook County for the first time used the Smartmatic voting machines for the 2008 Democratic presidential primaries. Everyone thought Hillary Clinton would win, but the machines awarded the victory to Barack Obama. It is claimed that the Smartmatic's machines switched the votes in Obama's favor.
Obama was clearly the more popular candidate. Is this guy just absolutely fucking nuts? Hillary has to be one of the most disliked politicians in all of history. Like, especially considering all the controversies with her husband. Is it any surprise that a man would win to a fucking woman that everyone fucking despises and is just like a known manipulative fucking liar who has a rapist husband?
Since then, the voting machines were used widely in all states in the U.S.
Again, he provides no evidence that these voting machines in the U.S. had some sort of tampered software, that they work the way he's claiming.
It is claimed that these machines have secretly selected the winners of U.S. presidential, senatorial, and other elections. 2010s to now, a worldwide cheating network. Hugo Chavez passed away in 2013.
Look up the sources. X.com and X.com. Great sources.
A lot of people are making fun of Nick for losing and getting sixth. Nick Talker.
It's pretty clear to me that Nick has issues with sticking to a diet and training. 'Cause he's pulled out of a few competitions before.
Most hype for Mr. Olympia.
Oh my god, the AI videos, dude. I do not understand modern open bodybuilding. It's just baffling to me that Derek Lunsford won the Olympia. He was clearly using like some sort of sight enhancement oil or something in his arms. They looked like really weird and bloated and watery. I have no idea why people were hyping Nick Walker up. He has like he came in 6th place. You're honestly telling me this is the 6th best physique in the world in open bodybuilding. Like, open bodybuilding is just a fucking joke, and like it's no wonder classic physique has overtaken it in popularity. Everyone in classic, literally everyone, has a good physique. And the placings make logical sense, you know? But open bodybuilding is just fucking retarded right now. I have no idea how the fuck they're doing the judging. Yeah, Nick Walker, literally just... I don't think he's dieting properly or something.
Waist is dialed in, Phil. Look at those arms.
Waist is dialed in. Don't know if I'd say that. Well, thanks for the donation, CDG.
And his vice president, Nicolas Maduro, became president of Venezuela. Maduro implemented the same socialist policies as Chavez and won every presidential election by using the cheating machines. Many people thought that Venezuela was a poor third world country, nothing but just another banana republic. But it's not. Venezuela is a very wealthy country because it has the world's largest oil reserves. However, the country is also home to a criminal organization called the Cartel de los Soles, which generates over $3 trillion per year from drug production. The Cartel de los Soles controls all drug trafficking in the Western Hemisphere. Smaller cartels, such as Sinaloa, Jalisco, work for the Cartel de los Soles. With this tremendous amount of money, they can spread their voting machines to over 72 countries and bribe officials within the U.S. government, U.S. intelligence services, and voting districts and apparatuses. Right now, it's not just Venezuela participating in this criminal conspiracy, but also Cuba, China, Russia, Serbia.
Again, his sources for this are Twitter posts. Haven't really eaten oatmeal in a while.
2020, a stolen U.S. election. In 2020, Trump was reportedly ahead in the presidential election against Joe Biden. However, the machines flipped votes in key states overnight, giving Biden the win.
No. This is the most retarded idea imaginable. What clearly determined the election outcome was the mail-in ballots. Like his whole theory is just complete and utter nonsense. The fucking mail-in ballots that were overwhelmingly Democrat is what swayed the election, not the fucking voting machines. So, like, it just completely flies in the face of his, like, stupid theory here.
This broke normal patterns, such as Trump losing counties that typically predict the winner. The U.S. vote.
So, how did Trump win the next election if everything's rigged and fake and phony?
Voting system was intentionally left unprotected, allowing other countries to access the voting results.
That's not how the voting machines work.
China built giant Huawei servers in Serbia, and the Venezuelan government has another large server in Venezuela.
He literally does not understand how the voting machines work.
Did you hear about this? Lol.
I'll take a look in a second. He thinks the voting machines are connected to the internet. How fucking retarded can you be? Is this an April Fool's joke that's a little too late or too early? Let me see. Fake being killed by Israel 100 times gets killed by a fellow Gazan. Really? Oh, that's funny. Hamas influencer Salah al-Jafrawi, known as Mr. Faifo, killed in Gaza. Found shot in the head. Killed during violent clashes with Dogmoosh clan in Gaza City. That's funny. Oh, man. Well, good riddance, you fucking loser. Thanks for the donation, retard.
These servers have access to U.S. voting machines. It is reported that they have special engineers and statisticians. From these countries, they accessed voting machines in a specific state and stole an election by attacking...
Okay, this guy is... I didn't know Nabi Asley was a fucking retard. He thinks the voting machines are connected to the internet, which they're not. There was a whole... Like, this was literally battled in court over, like, the source code and all that crap. It was proven there's nothing wrong with the source code. Foreign governments have nothing to do with the coding for these voting machines. Like his claim that Joe Biden won the election because the voting machines doesn't even pan out because it was the mail-in votes that made the difference. Like, this guy's a fucktard. And then I'd love to hear his explanation for how Trump won.
2024 presidential election. Trump managed to overcome issues with the Smartmatic voting system and emerged victorious. So, why did...
Oh... Okay, Trump. Right, he's so smart that he somehow found a way to outsmart the largest, most powerful drug cartel in the entire world that's responsible for these voting machines that are connected to the internet and are being operated by genius coders and hackers in China and other countries. Okay. Thank you. That explains everything.
Crazy that they're still coping about the 2020 election.
Oh, dude, it'll never end. They're just fucking nuts. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Did the cheating machines fail to stop him this time? In an interview with Rasmussen, Peter Tickton candidly explained that the key difference between the 2020 and 2024 elections was the fate of the servers operating in Serbia. In 2020, these servers were not blocked, allowing manipulation of the voting results. However,
the voting machines are not connected to the internet, you fucking retard.
In 2024, they were successfully blocked, ensuring an accurate count of the presidential votes. It's still unclear exactly how the...
This guy is literally out of his goddamn mind. I didn't know Nabi Asley was that fucking crazy.
This is the end of the age of terror and death. This is the...
I was watching it all from early this morning in London, and I've got to say, I felt a sense of great relief and joy at watching the hostages freed and reunited with their families. Incredibly moving scenes there. Joy for the Palestinian people, the innocent Palestinian people caught up in 2 years of hellish war. And of course, the release of several thousand Palestinians from Israeli prisons as well. You know, overall, the feeling today was extremely joyous and I would argue hopeful. What's your thought?
Cautious, very cautious optimism, especially given some of the statements that we've heard from the Israelis over the weekend. You know, Benjamin Netanyahu gave a speech to the Americans that made it appear as though he believed in the ceasefire and was going to follow through with it. Remember, they've only agreed to the first stage of the ceasefire.
Booty Cam Donatillers, I got called a dirty Jew on YouTube for saying to people to not be anti-Semitic. Lol, anti-Semites everywhere. Yep. They're like rats. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cam. What do you usually eat for breakfast? I have protein powder, a fruit smoothie, and a sweet potato.
Do you think you'll ever have a dog again? Would you name your favorite film from these directors? Spielberg, Scorsese, Tarantino.
Scorsese, it would have to be After Hours. Tarantino, Pulp Fiction. Spielberg. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, there's a lot of movies that he directed for friends of his too that aren't really associated with him. Didn't he direct one of the Indiana Jones movies or something? I'm not sure. Thanks for the donation though, Boopity Bop.
And the rest of it is still incredibly murky. But then on Israeli television, he spoke in Hebrew and talked about how the military operation isn't over yet. Then you have Israel Katz talking about how as soon as we secure the release of all the hostages...
Yes, the military operation isn't over yet because they haven't fully withdrawn, stupid.
We're going to go back in and destroy the tunnels. So there are some signs that make me a little uneasy.
Yes, why wouldn't they destroy the terror tunnels, you idiot?
But I will say this, I was happy to see the hostages released. The videos of them reunited with their family members are incredibly moving. The innocent Palestinians you're referring to, though, are going home to raised communities, raised neighborhoods. They have no home to go back to. So I'm concerned about them and their well-being. That being said, it does appear that there's some humanitarian aid being allowed into the Gaza Strip. It remains to be seen if it's enough in order to help people who have been intentionally starved for months.
Do you give Donald Trump full credit for making this happen?
Well, no, I don't, because this is the same ceasefire.
Michael in the chat, I'm not answering such a stupid fucking question. You're clearly new here. Fuck's sake, man, giving me headache. Also, thanks for streaming earlier, VG.
Okay, well, no problem. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum.
Fire that could have been agreed upon over a year ago, and it wasn't.
Yes, that's because Hamas rejected every single ceasefire proposal, you stupid fuck.
So the real question is, what changed? Why did Donald Trump...
Hamas was fucked over militarily. That's what changed.
You know, basically put his foot down finally after tens of thousands of innocent people were killed, after, you know, obviously there was the ground invasion in Gaza City, which has also been leveled. You know, it's laughable to hear him talk about deserving a Nobel Peace Prize as he's ramping up a war with Venezuela under false pretenses. So, look, I'm not going to give Trump credit because, again, he could have done this a year ago, or at the beginning of his administration, I should say, and he refused to do it. By the way, the same for Biden. It's the same ceasefire agreement that Biden rejected that we're now learning, thanks to reporting from Israel, by the way. So it is what it is.
All right, Shavos, Kestem, I mean, I give Trump enormous credit here. I think he's done something which I don't think any other American...
She's literally making up horseshit, by the way. Hamas is the one who's rejected every single ceasefire proposal. Basically, what would happen is Israel would say, hey, if you give us back hostages, then we'll, you know, agree to a ceasefire. Hamas would say, how about we have a ceasefire without, you know, giving back any hostages? And then Israel would say, well, obviously we're not agreeing to that. And then Hamas would put out, like, propaganda saying, Israel rejected our ceasefire proposal. They just want to keep continuing this war. So she's full of shit. As if Israel wouldn't agree to a ceasefire with a hostage exchange. Like, it's just fucking retarded.
American president at this moment could have done. He's brought Netanyahu to heel. I think the catalyst for it actually was the incredibly ill-advised attack by Israel on Doha when they tried to take out the Hamas negotiators, which was a failed mission. They didn't kill the negotiators. They killed a member of the Qatari security forces. They killed some other people who were totally unconnected with Hamas.
It's Qatar. They're an enemy. The only reason the United States plays friendly with Qatar is for the oil.
Complete debacle. And when I read that Donald Trump had made Netanyahu literally get on the phone and apologize to the Prime Minister of Qatar for that, I thought, wow, things have changed. And, you know, sure enough, here we are, not long after that catastrophic error of judgment.
No, I don't think 9/11 was done by Israel, you stupid dumb fuck.
By Netanyahu, with him seemingly brought to heel. And I think that is what's happened.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty accurate characterization. First of all, it's good to see you. It's been a while. I miss getting yelled at 7 in the morning, so good to be back. The fact that Donald Trump did not receive the Nobel Peace Prize is a damning indictment on the state of the Nobel Peace Committee, but I digress. You're absolutely right. Amit Segal was the one who said that the strike in Doha is the most successful failed assassination attempt. I would agree with you. It was ill-advised, but inadvertently, it actually brought Hamas to the negotiating table because one of the differences between the ceasefire now and the ceasefire of a year ago is for the first time, Hamas was pressured by Qatar, who's hosting them, by Egypt, by Syria, by Turkey. That is not the status quo of a year ago. That is a direct result of peace through strength. As President Teddy Roosevelt said, you know, you talk softly, but you carry a big stick. So while it is true Israel was trying to negotiate with Hamas for the better part of 2 years, it is also true that they had a really good incentive, Hamas, that is, for negotiating, meaning they will no longer be accustomed to living in the Four Seasons in Doha, and they will be forced to be given a negotiation. And I think this is what all the far left, this is what the campus activists, this is what the cultural elites have been saying for 2 years. We need a ceasefire now. We need to end the war. This is literally what happened. And it's quite a testament to the fact that they are not celebrating in the streets, which I think underscores it was never about a ceasefire or peace. It was always about the actual genocide against the Jewish state, which occurred on October 7th. If it wasn't about that, then how come all these peace-loving activists aren't encouraging Hamas to surrender immediately? I kind of agree with Anna. This deal could have been done on October 8th had Hamas simply surrendered and released the hostages. Unfortunately, through human agency, they decided not to.
Yeah, General Kimmett, from a military perspective, it seemed to me that the Doha attack backfired spectacularly for Israel, and it also enraged all the leaders of neighboring Arab countries. And I think they were all on the phone to President Trump and telling him this has crossed a line. And at that point, Trump, I think, got very serious with Netanyahu. I mean, listen, I might be wrong. It's just my gut feeling. Got on the phone to Netanyahu and said, enough. This has to end. What is your reading of why things have come to a head seemingly so quickly after that attack?
Well, I think Shabbos was right. In many ways, it was the most successful failed attempt around. But the fact still remains that they did get on the phone. They did call Trump. Trump also turned to them and said, okay, if you want Netanyahu to knock this off, then you guys have got to be part of this process. And if you don't want Israel attacking Hamas wherever they are, in Doha or Turkey or some of the Muslim Brotherhood organizations in Egypt, you need to get on the bandwagon. You need to start pressuring Hamas. So he's right. This was the most successful, unsuccessful attack, because I think what it did, it not only pressured Israel, but it also pressured the Arab leaders to start clamping down on Hamas and get them to the negotiating table.
Gold is up by more than 40% in. Everybody seems to agree, General Kimmett, that Hamas will have no role in any government going forward. Where there is a serious point of disagreement is over whether Hamas disarms. You know, this has been part of the Trump plan, the 21-point plan, but Hamas has said they're not intending to disarm. The ideology that fuels Hamas is still clearly there in a number of people. Hamas have clearly not been completely destroyed. We know that because they're still operating. What happens now? I mean, how likely is it that Hamas will disarm?
Zero.
Well, it's even worse than that right now. The fact remains that their spokesmen are saying that Hamas will not disarm and, in fact, will be the core of any future Palestinian army. In fact, what we're saying is that whatever organization takes over inside of Gaza, whatever form of government, whether it's the PLO or some other organization, they will be the militia that defends them. And any notion of Hamas somehow taking off their Hamas uniforms and putting on police uniforms is just a recipe for failure.
So what happens here? I mean, how do you get to peace, proper peace? How do you get to the potential of the start of a process for a genuine two-state solution if the terrorists that committed the atrocities on October the 7th stay around, stay armed, and say, we're going to be the militia for whoever governs this place?
Well, I think you've answered your own question. The fact remains is that cannot happen as long as you have a radical terrorist organization devoted to the destruction of Israel, somehow representing themselves as a national defense force. They will just turn into another Hezbollah and turn the next Gaza into southern Lebanon. So it won't work.
So what happens?
Well, I think we know, we've seen this show before. We know what's going to happen.
Yep.
Go on.
You sure do.
Well, I think we're going to see a continuation of military operations, special operations, until Hamas does, in fact, either disarm or, as has so often happened in the past, get on a boat and go to Tunisia or somewhere like that. There is no room inside of Gaza as part of a future two-state solution where they represent the military for that country.
Aramate, I saw Tony Blair, who's a contentious name at the moment because he wants to be part of the interim government, if you like, or administrative body looking over Gaza until they have a new government. And Donald Trump has said, I don't know if he's popular enough to be involved, so we'll see how that plays out. But he was talking about the parallels with Northern Ireland, where he did forge peace with Bill Clinton, with Senator Mitchell and others. And he was talking about that, ultimately, these things go one of two ways. When you have neighboring people who've been in long-time conflict with each other, they either continue to be in long-time conflict or they get to a point of genuinely wanting peace. And as part of that peace process, the IRA did disarm. So there is a parallel here for terror groups, as the IRA were, for disarming in the cause of peace. But is it likely that Hamas is ever going to want to see it like that? They seem a very nihilistic group who have been wedded.
Their ideology is antithetical to nihilism. I don't know why he'd say that. Why in the hell, why does everyone, attach negative things to nihilism? They're Islamic. Islam is antithetical to the idea of nihilism.
Publicly to destroying Israel. They said it after October the 7th through their spokesman on camera. We want to keep doing this. Is there any likelihood, do you think, of this following the similar path that we saw in Northern Ireland?
Nope.
Well, first of all, my problem with
the IRA were not motivated by ideology like they are like Hamas's. The IRA doesn't really have a religious belief where they have to kill British people in order to get into heaven or something. They had their own sort of political motivations. They're mostly Catholic, but they had their own political motivations and issues with British takeover. Fucking Hamas is a jihadist Islamic terror group. They're I don't know why he'd compare the two.
With Tony Blair putting aside his record as a war criminal, with this analogy to Ireland, is in the case of Ireland, you don't have a dispute about the recognition of people's right to self-determination. That sort of underpins the conflict. There's an awareness there that in Ireland that the people of Northern Ireland are a people who have certain rights. In the case of Palestine, as we're discussing here, what I'm hearing from Mark and Shabbos is a complete lack of awareness. The Palestinians are living under a brutal military occupation. Either you recognize that or you don't.
Okay, well, this guy's gay and this guy's gay.
If you don't recognize that, you're going to have continued disaster for the entire region and continued misery, foremost for the Palestinian people. If you recognize it,
all they have to do is stop trying to kill Jews, and then everything would be fine.
Most of the world does, pretty much the entire world, with the exception of the U.S. and Israel.
This is the most retarded thing you could possibly say. Why don't they just let them kill Jews? All they want to do is commit Islamic terror attacks. We should just let them kill as many Jews as they want, and Israel should just let them do it. Why should they have to, suffer the consequences of their fucking stupid choices?
Palestinians have been living under one of the most brutal, longest military occupations in the world and have been denied their basic rights.
That is not true.
If you don't recognize that,
yeah, they're being denied their rights by Hamas.
You're not going to solve the problem. And Trump's so-called peace plan does nothing to address that. When it comes to the issue of Palestinian self-determination and Palestinian statehood, there's one line. It says we recognize.
What's the estimated deaths? I think I'm pretty sure it's close to 10,000 people who were executed by Hamas for either being suspected collaborators with Israel or people who were just against the Hamas regime. Sinwar murdered thousands of fucking Palestinians. And then he's saying, and then he's talking about how, Hamas should stay in power because Palestinians are under a brutal Israeli regime. They were getting massacred by Hamas.
As Palestinian self-determination and statehood as the aspiration of the Palestinian people. If you recognize something as an aspiration but not as a right, you have no obligation to grant it. And the message from Israel, if you listen to Netanyahu, is that there will be no recognition, and he has the full backing.
Like, what the fuck is he even talking about? Israel pulled out completely from Gaza, and they turned the place into a fucking shithole.
Of the U.S. in that. And that's not just a Trump thing. This has been bipartisan U.S. policy for decades to reject the one thing that could solve all this is grant Palestinians their minimal right to freedom. And so in that context, people want to make this about Hamas.
I think he's talking about the right of return. You know, October 7th happened. Do you think it's a good idea for them to have a right of return?
Hamas and how they have no right to be there. This isn't about Hamas. Even if Palestinians are the most pragmatic, docile people in the world, Israel would still insist, as they always have, on their self-declared right to steal their land because it's a Jew.
That is the most absurd, dumb fuck, retarded horseshit that is not in any way supported by historical fact. Again, you can look at the partition plan that was made by the British and by the UN. There was going to be like a 40% Arab minority in Israel. No one was going to get kicked out of their home. The land that Israel occupied, by the way, was legally bought. So like this is just all retarded.
Jewish supremacist state. Until that's resolved, you're going to have perpetual conflict. And just one correction on the issue of whether there could have been a deal. After October 7th, Hamas offered Israel to release all the civilian captives in exchange for Israel not attacking Gaza. Israel had no interest in that because...
What does he mean, civilian captives? The reason they're arrested is because they're either guilty or suspected of fucking terrorism.
October 7th gave them the opportunity to take care of...
Oh my god.
Lol, look at Jeff Nippard's comments on his latest posts. He's getting roasted just like Mr. Mike, formerly Doctor, did, D pretty funny. And he's not addressing it either. Him and Mike are cowards and just want to hide and pretend nothing happened. Both gay.
Jeff is always giving quality content as a former client of Solomon Nelson. Jeff, can you confirm that this is the final video, not just a draft? Yeah. Well, again, that's what you get for playing this dumb fucking clout game. It's pretty retarded. Like, what makes this even dumber and more pathetic is Jeff had absolutely no obligation to say any of the stupid shit he said online. Defending Mike, talking shit about Solomon. Like, he just did it because he's an idiot and he thought it was a good idea to defend somebody who's clearly a lying fucking moron. And he didn't like Solomon because he was just critical of him. So rather than just doing the smart thing, keeping his mouth shut, minding his own fucking business, letting adults deal with their own fucking problems, no, he thought he could easily take some cheap shots at somebody that he didn't like, who had like actual good, honest criticisms, and it totally backfired on him. Like, these people are just stupid. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Sorry, I meant check his latest Instagram posts. They're funnier.
Oh, I see. Since Solomon talking to Greg was a factor in you wanting to erase your past professional relationship, why did you not mind featuring Hussein in your videos and being so friendly with him, the guy who is co-owner of Greg's company? It's because you thought you could tap into a larger audience. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, Jeff Nippard, let it be known he is a client of the past, not present. Oh, jeez. Yeah. These people are just stupid dorks, dude. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
The Gaza problem, as Norman Finkelstein has talked about on your show before, destroying Gaza, expelling as many people as possible. That's why Israel abandoned its own captives. And that's why, and Anna was correct to say, there was a deal on the table well over a year ago. Israeli negotiator Gershon Baskin, it was years of contacts with Hamas. He's confirmed this. Hamas accepted the exact same deal that was just accepted now.
You said drugs should be legalized, but you're forgetting that some drugs like meth or weed increase aggression and are so addictive to the point where some will rob or harm others to buy it. Weed is legal in Canada, and if anything, it has reduced organized crime. And hate to break it to you, but making drugs illegal does not stop people from using them. So if somebody wants to do meth, they'll do meth. And when you make these drugs illegal, all that does is create criminal organizations like cartels that then end up fighting with each other, fighting with police, and you end up seeing more gang-related violence. So you could either have drug addicts, or you could have drug addicts and organized criminals that shoot and kill each other. What would you prefer?
But the...
Oh, speaking of Hamas VG, great news VG, all the remaining hostages have been released. Link here encoding the starving one. We saw the footage from link here.
Tonight, the miraculous homecoming.
Yeah, I know.
Hostage Square, everyone's looking at the skies because a military helicopter.
38 days, many in underground Hamas tunnels. 20 Israelis are finally back home. 2 years ago, the world watched in horror at these images. Hamas terrorists abducting Noah Argamani onto a motorcycle as her boyfriend is also dragged away. Noah was rescued last year. Segeb his own grave. But tonight, he's back in Israel. And back.
Well, that's good. That would be quite a fucking relief, dude. Holy shit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The truth, I mean, you talk about a brutal occupation, and I don't disagree, but there's also been a brutal occupation of the Palestinian people by Hamas themselves. They were given governance in 2006. They won the election.
Pie World Champ donated $2.
No, I'm Jewish. I'm Jew. Wait, do you guys don't like? Wait, do you guys like? No, I feel like I'm watching Black Panther too. No, I'm a Jew.
Black Hebrew Israelites are the most cancerous fucking retards. Thanks for the donation, Pie World Champ. Ominous Mangus donated $2. Let me see. Oh. Those are ominous Mangus. Oh, they're looking right at him. Oh my god. Oh jeez, they're looking right at him. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Those are donkeys. Oh. Oh. Those are hyrax. Oh my goodness, look at their toes. Wow, so handsome. Oh. Oh. My goodness. Oh wow. Oh my goodness. That's amazing. Oh, it's a duck.
I keep my head down. I do my best. Just put it down and rest.
That's a duck. Oh. That's a nice duck. Oh. Is that an otter? Oh my god. He's so person. Look at him scratching his butt like a person. Oh my goodness, they're so person. Wow. Wow, so person. Thanks for the donation, Ominous Mangus.
I watching that footage. How can pro-Palestinian dipshits defend that shit?
Well, they're anti-Semites, so what do you expect? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
But for the next 20 years, rather than try and bring any kind of change or prosperity to its people, it built one of the biggest underground tunnel networks in the world has ever seen, frankly, in modern times.
Okay, I'm predicting either Anna or that other, like, gay beta male retard who can't even do 10 push-ups. They're gonna say some horse shit like the tunnel network is made up, and Israel made up the story to justify bombing everything. And how could they make all those tunnels without Israel knowing? I'm sure they're gonna fucking say something stupid like this.
And planned an outrageous terror attack on a horrific scale, with 3,000 of them pouring over the border and indiscriminately murdering and kidnapping anyone they can get their hands on. Now, that you know, if you look at the way they're treating Palestinian people throughout the last 20 years, if you look at the way they have sacrificed Palestinian lives so brazenly and callously as they themselves ran to hide in their tunnels, leaving civilians to be murdered and to be killed, then, you know, you could argue the brutal occupation has worked with both. You could say, yeah, the Israelis have had a brutal form of occupation over the Palestinians, but so has Hamas.
I see things differently, Piers. Hamas won the elections, you're correct. What happened immediately? Israel put Gaza under a complete siege, to the point where Israel was counting the calories inside Gaza that it would let every Palestinian in Gaza consume without having a full-blown starvation crisis.
Oh.
The idea was basically to punish the...
Oh my god. I know where he's getting this from. He's getting this from Noam Chomsky, who literally made up that horse shit. Noam Chomsky is a massive, crazy anti-Semite who put out a fucking book making up this fucking bullshit story that Israel deliberately starves Palestinians to keep them docile by barely giving them enough calories to get by. Noam Chomsky literally made up that bullshit. If you look at any of the NGOs who've actually calculated the average amount of calories that Gazans have access to, it's over 3,500 a day. It's perfectly fucking adequate. And even post-war, they were actually getting in more food than they were getting in like pre-war, because of the amount of aid that was coming through. Oh my god, what a fucking retard. This dumb fuck is literally quoting a debunked load of horse shit put out by a known lying fucktard, Noam Chomsky.
The Palestinian people for voting the wrong way, for electing Hamas. And why did they elect Hamas is because the alternative was the Palestinian Authority, which is corrupt and had become a collaborator with Israel in the farce of the so-called peace process, which was simply just an excuse for Israel to steal more Palestinian land. So in that context, Palestinians elected Hamas. Israel was...
What do you mean steal more Palestinian land? They literally pulled out of Gaza completely. They didn't let any Jews live in fucking Gaza. Like, what is he talking about?
Responded by putting Gaza under a complete siege, where Gaza had absolutely no hope to rebuild. Israel was in control of everything that came in and out. Even
No, haven't seen the debate between Myron and Destiny. I saw, like, I tuned into the live and I was like, yeah, fuck this shit. I'm kind of like totally done watching these like Israel debates because all of these pro-Pally or anti-Israel fucktards, like they just lie.
Banning things like chocolate. Hamas tried to actually moderate its position. And people laugh at this, but you can look at the record. It's true. And someone like Gershon Baskin,
they did not try to moderate their position,
who's an Israeli negotiator, can confirm all this. Hamas leaders started talking about accepting a long-term truce with Israel. Then they started even saying we'd accept a Palestinian state in a very historic compromise. We'll accept a Palestinian state in just 22% of our historic homeland, the West Bank, Gaza, East Jerusalem. So Hamas was far more moderate on the
Seriously, this is no different than a right-winger getting their information from Mein Kampf.
Yeah. Yeah, literally. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, none of that's true. They were demanding a right of return, which is why Israel rejected it.
Two-state solution than any Israeli leader. Because unlike Israeli...
He's literally making this up. They were demanding a right of return, which is obviously untenable.
Leaders, Palestinians were saying, we'll accept a state within the internationally recognized borders of Israel, pre-June 1967. What did Netanyahu say? He said there'll never be a Palestinian state because Israel insists on keeping these major West Bank.
He's literally making this up. They're demanding a right of return.
Settlement blocks full of fanatical settlers from Brooklyn, where I am, who terrorize Palestinians and steal their land and water. So Hamas also tried nonviolent protests with the Great March of Return. That was a
Yes, nonviolent process by illegally trying to break through a border wall and throwing over bombs. Yeah, right.
Massive march of people who went to protest.
By the way, Hamas also armed a bunch of teenage kids with knives and instructed them that if they're able to get over the border fence, try to kill as many Jews as you possibly can. So yeah, peaceful protest where they were trying to break the border fence so that they could kill Jews, and they were trying to send over bombs in balloons across the border wall. Wandering Mason donated $3. Let me see.
Hola, Saidola. Can you say
the kingdom in Spanish?
Would you rather eat a baby goat or a matter baby?
A matter baby?
Yeah.
What's the matter, baby?
Nothing, sugar. What's the matter with you?
Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason.
Non-violently is all people around the world told Palestinians to do. What did Israel do? They gunned people down with US-made weapons, maiming people, killing journalists, killing nurses, killing disabled people, maiming people, and telling Palestinians, no matter what you do,
yes, they were shooting instigators and troublemakers in the crowd.
We're going to control you and make your lives impossible. That's the context in which October 7th happened.
If you're stressed about back taxes, miss the April.
This is just outrageously retarded.
Okay, just hang fire for a moment, my panel. I'm going to be joined now by the Palestinian Foreign Minister, Varsan Shaheen. Well, welcome to you, Minister. Thank you very much indeed for joining me. How do you feel today, on a human level? What are your feelings?
I have mixed feelings. I have cautious optimism. I'm happy. I am sad. I'm fearful. There's a lot of uncertainty.
And SJWS claim to not be violent bullshit.
Oh, they very much support violence, especially if it's against Jews. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
So all of that is going through my head, and I'm trying to find a way to say that I want to look at this positively, and I would like to take it as an opportunity so that we can move forward and make the best out of it in the path of a genuine peace for the entirety of occupied state of Palestine, whereby at the end of the game, we get our independence and the occupation is over with, because that's the end game. This is just a prelude to something that is bigger. And that needs to be reinstated right now from the very beginning with an end goal in mind, and that is end of occupation.
And do you accept that Hamas can play no part in any government over people in Gaza going forward?
Yes.
Are you tired?
Not particularly. I got a fair bit of sleep today. Thanks for the donation, James.
Yes, and Hamas had said that very clearly. They said, we want no part in the governance of Gaza in the day after.
That is bullshit.
Aaron Mate is a journalist for The Grey Zone and works with Max Blumenthal regularly, who came up with Kirk-Israel conspiracy. They both are huge Russia shills and were paid by a sketchy NGO to do propaganda for Bashar al-Assad when he gassed civilians.
Well, yeah, that makes sense. That's what you'd expect. These people are just fascists. All these pro-Pally fucktards are just fascists. Thanks for the donation, retard. Yeah, this is just a retarded narrative. Hamas clearly wants to run the government. That's why they're not giving up their arms. And obviously, if Hamas is still armed, that's going to let them just control the government because they have all the guns. Like, they did the same thing with PLO. As soon as Hamas took power, they killed all PLO members.
And that's one of the rules that was put and made very clear in the letter of commitment sent by President Abbas to the world leaders. Hamas knows about it, Hamas approves of it, and we need to move as such.
But what about this idea that Hamas are putting forward, that they will not lay down their arms, that they will become the military arm of any governing power in Gaza?
It's very clear there's a consensus about the day after for Hamas. There's a Palestinian consensus, there's an Arab consensus, there's an Islamic consensus, and a worldwide consensus that if Hamas wants to be a part of the Palestinian political spectrum, it needs to respect the PLO's mandate, it needs to respect the agreement signed by the PLO, it needs to respect the vision that the PLO has for what Palestine would look like in the future. And that would entail one government, one administration, one constitution, one law, and one weapon. And as such, it can become a political party, but a non-militarized political party, because political factions are non-militarized, and they can be around the table, whether in the middle, in the left, in the right, they can be anywhere in that political spectrum, but it has to be one weapon.
Tony Blair has been put forward as somebody who may be part of this interim administration authority in Gaza. Donald Trump did on Air Force One seemed to cast some doubt over that. He said he would assess how popular Tony Blair is with the people in the region. What do you think about any involvement by Tony Blair?
Well, Tony Blair is not the most popular in the region, and the issue is not just about the personalities, it's about the mandate. The mandate has to be very clear, the framework has to be very clear, it has to be time-bound, and we need to have a monitoring mechanism that would ensure that whoever is overseeing this process goes by whatever the mandate says and what the milestones say. That's the most important thing now.
How much credit do you give Donald Trump personally for getting us to this place today?
I believe Donald Trump had a lot to do with this, but he could have done it earlier. I mean, this war could have been...
He clearly couldn't have done it earlier. Hamas would not agree.
Stopped much earlier, and I would have liked President Trump to have intervened much earlier, but better now than never. So the credit goes to Donald Trump because he could do something others could not do, but the work starts now. It's not just about getting the signature around the agreement. The devil is in the details, and today we need to air out all the details that would take us closer to independence and the sovereign state of Palestine.
I mean, Donald Trump made some interesting observations today, one of which is that this unrest in the Middle East is nothing new. It's been going on for centuries in different forms. And that there's a real chance now, out of the horror of the last 2 years, which is unprecedented in the region, that out of this 2 years of appalling warfare and terrible loss of life on both sides, that ultimately it could compel people to actually move to a place of genuine peace and prosperity. And he's got a picture of Gaza that people laugh at, of down the line it becomes a beach resort, and is prosperous and economically viable and has its own, kind of, not like Dubai, but you know what I mean? It becomes something very different to what it is now. I mean, people laughed when he said it, but is that not an aspiration which people should take a bit more seriously? I mean, wouldn't Gazans like one day to have that kind of life?
Yes, of course. We would like Gaza and the whole of the occupied Palestinian territory to become a place that we would all love to live in rather than die in. And that would need a lot of work from the Palestinians, the international community. It would need a lot of technical assistance, a lot of funding. Everything today in Gaza is in shambles, and the situation is also alarming on the West Bank. So if we want to think about the occupied territory and the occupied state of Palestine today and aspire for a better future, we need to look at it as one integral part, not divorced from each other. And the plans should start today. We cannot wait much longer. After all this devastation for the past 2 years and for decades under oppression, Palestinians deserve a much better life.
Farzan Shaheen, I really appreciate you joining me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's go back to the panel. Shabbos, let me just get your reaction to that first off. Ultimately, whatever you want to call it, brutal occupation, Israel, doing what it's been doing for security reasons, however you want to phrase what's happened. What is indisputable is that the Palestinian people in Gaza have lived in a way which does not afford them the same human rights as its immediate neighbors in Israel. First, do you accept that? And second, do you accept that to ever get to proper peace, the Palestinians are going to have exactly the same human rights that you enjoy and I enjoy?
Absolutely. And I think I speak on behalf of the overwhelming majority of the Jewish people and the overwhelming majority of the people of Israel, where we say we want there to be a two-state solution. We want Palestinians to have freedom of movement, freedom of expression. The problem is Palestinians, like all human beings on planet Earth, possess moral agency. They can make choices in life. And unfortunately, way too many Palestinians made the choice in 2006 to elect Hamas. Unfortunately, not a single Palestinian to this day, even in the face of a $5 million reward, decided to reveal where a single hostage was being held. I wish that was not true, but unfortunately, it is true. I wish the Palestinian school system did not teach their kids that one of the greatest ideals you can do as a person is not become a lawyer or a doctor or a profession, but rather to kill Jews and take back an historic homeland that was never actually yours to begin with. I want there to be a two-state solution, which is why it bothers me to no end that in 2020, the Palestinians rejected
Sup, Richard, would you like your life to look like an AI-generated paradise? What kind of question is that, Piers lol?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you want your life to be good. Thanks for the donation, though, Saxby.
Their own state. It bothers me in 2008 that the Palestinians...
Do you think you'll be competition worthy in a year if you keep growing like you are now? Yeah, I think so.
Rejected their own state. It bothers me that in 2003, the Palestinians rejected their own state. The Oslo Accords. We can go all the way back to the 1937 Peel Commission, the 1948 Partition Plan. It bothers me to no end. So I want there to be a state for the Palestinian people, but it is also true that it is the responsibility of any head of a nation state to ensure the protection, safety, and security of their own populace, their own society. Bibi Netanyahu, or whoever the prime minister of Israel will be in the future, has one responsibility, and that is the protection of their own people, in the same way that the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank and Hamas in Gaza have one priority, and that is the protection of their own people, which again, it bothers me that Hamas, given the fact that they were given $50 billion in international aid since 2000, they were given more aid per capita than the Germans were given under the Marshall Plan. They have not built a single bomb shelter. They have not built a single school that is free of political and religious indoctrination. That bothers me to no end. But still, the Jewish people, as we pray 3 times a day in synagogue, we pray for peace. We pray for there to be a two-state solution. And I know Anna does not like when I speak for too long because she thinks I filibuster. So I'll close by saying 20 more seconds.
You do.
Today, Hannah, wait. I'll say this. Hamas, today, they released Alon Ahel. I wrote this down so I wouldn't forget. A 24-year-old musician and pianist. In exchange, Israel has released Nabil Abu Hadir, who murdered his own sister for suspecting she was an Israeli agent. Hamas today released Elchana Bukhat, a 32-year-old party producer and musician.
What about Demendo and LGBT for Palestine flags? Seriously, don't these queers know what the Palestinians would do to people like them?
Apparently, a lot of them don't. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
A married and father of a 4-year-old boy. In exchange, Israel has released Bahar Badari, who in 2004 was responsible for a suicide terrorist attack which killed 11 Israelis, including 2 Muslims. So I wish that that was not the case. I wish the Palestinian people would rise up against the Islamic dictatorial regime of Hamas. Unfortunately, that has not happened. But nevertheless, Israel puts a priority of life over death, something that Mohammed Dif, one of the commanders of Hamas, used to say was one of our weaknesses, that we loved
Why is this fucktard shaking his head?
life, whereas he loved death. But nevertheless, we will continue to fight for peace in all the ways that we can. And that's why I'm so proud to be Jewish. I'm so proud to honor the 915 Muslim and Christian and Jewish soldiers of the Israel Defense Forces who, in the midst of unprecedented adversity, have taken as many means as possible, more unprecedented means than any other Western country, to defend innocent life, both in Israel and in Gaza.
Today's show is sponsored by Oxford Natural, makers of the... Anna, can I first of all commend you?
Oh my God.
Commend
Are
you
you
for
really
your...
going to let him? They leveled Gaza. They literally have 10,000 people missing in Gaza right now as we speak, presumed dead, trapped.
So she has nothing to say. It's the same genocide. Too many bombs.
Under the rubble. Over the weekend, they recovered over 200 bodies. You want to talk about the IDF protecting innocent human life? Why don't we talk about the Hannibal Directive and how many Israelis the IDF...
Congratulations, you're banned.
shot and killed on October 7th. This is something that Yoav Gallant, the former military minister for Israel, foreign defense minister, came out and said that did happen. We would rather not allow Hamas to take these hostages and use them as leverage. By the way, that's the same Yoav Gallant who, after October 7th, said that the Israelis should not negotiate for the release of the hostages and instead engage in a military operation in Gaza, which is what they did. They've leveled the Gaza Strip. There's nothing for these Palestinian people to go home to. And you want to talk about how the...
I don't know how that's Israel's fault.
Palestinians and Hamas have rejected offers for a two-state solution.
Like, Anna, do you want to look at photos of Berlin after World War II? I mean, it's just such a ridiculous statement to make.
After the clean break memo, after Netanyahu made abundantly clear that he would not allow for the formation of a Palestinian state, after the fact that every effort at creating a two-state solution was undermined by the Israelis, they don't want a two-state solution. The Likud's found...
That's not true. I don't know why they keep going with the stupid narrative. They keep demanding a right of return, and obviously Israel's going to reject it.
Help.
All right, well, thank you for that, non-wib. Appreciate the donation.
Founding charter pursues the Greater Israel Project. They want that land. They're going to pursue that land. They're going to steal that land. And look, I am hoping that there will be lasting peace. But I'm also smart enough to pay close attention to what's going on in Israeli media. And based on what's being said in Israeli media, it does not appear as though there's going to be a lasting ceasefire. And I'm worried about that. So, look, Shabbos can sit here and lie about how, oh, it's all Hamas's fault and the wonderful, precious, innocent Israeli government has only done the right thing and only the right thing. But that's just not true. They have committed war crimes. The IDF has committed...
She's saying this after 1,500 Jews and Israelis got massacred. Like that's what the whole war was about. Like, do you think if that happened to the U.S., the United States, would be any more like merciful to whoever did that to them? Like, do you know 9/11 happened?
Atrocities that I never thought I would ever see in my lifetime. I thought humans had evolved past that kind of disgusting war crime behavior.
So she's admitting Palestinians are primitive fucking violent troglodytes because they're the ones who instigated this whole conflict. Like,
and so
God.
to talk about how, like, oh, everything is so great, and Israel, we're going to go ahead and launder their reputation after the atrocities that they committed, after the genocide they carried out. And by the way, the continued atrocities that are currently taking place in the West Bank, I'm not going to sit here and stand for that. It's disgusting.
Okay, well, joining me now is the former Israeli Prime Minister and IDF General Ehud Barak. Thank you very much indeed for rejoining me on Uncensored. First of all, your reaction, Ehud Barak, to these extraordinarily historic scenes that we've witnessed today in Israel.
No, this day was the best one for Israel, I believe, for the Jewish people in the last 2 years. That's for sure. And the first 4 points of the Trump plan had been on the way to be implemented. Namely, the hostages, the live hostages came back. The Palestinian prisoners...
which they are VG.
Yeah, true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. At least Anna and I agree on that.
Released, the bringing back of the dead ones will take some time. We have probably more information than the many other players about where to look for them, but there is a need to go there and to find them. Sometimes it's to remove the rubble of a building where they are buried underneath. And it might take some time. And the war had formally been announced to be over. Now, the next 16 points are not that simple as everyone understands. I think the major element that dictated the success of the stage until now was the determination of Trump to make it happen without diving into all of the details, because the contour was clear. He basically bent Netanyahu like a rubber doll. He dictated to Netanyahu everything. There is a show and hugs and compliments, so on. But basically, Netanyahu cannot stand his pressure. In the past, he used to defy Obama or Biden because he has the option of entering into American politics and start to raise tensions there with the Republicans. That's not there anymore. The Democrats are very angry at him, and key opinion leaders among Republicans, think of Steve Bannon or Tucker Carlson or Joe Rogan, are criticizing Netanyahu very forcefully. So Netanyahu has no choice but to follow. The other success of Trump is bringing Turkey. So Hamas doesn't have a room for maneuver. They have the Egyptians, the Egyptians don't like them, the Emiratis don't like them, Saudis don't like them, but they have to accept their role. The Emiratis, Saudis will finance the reconstruction, the Egyptians holding the oxygen pipe of the...
Carnatar donated $2 new Frank shorts also.
All right, apparently I am... Let's talk a little bit about sexual health. Now, some people find
It kind of happened out of the blue. He was fine, and in 2 weeks...
Oh, boy.
It kind of...
People don't realize this, but fiber is an anti-nutrient. It actually blocks out the absorption of many nutrients. It actually stops you from absorbing things. People...
Well, I seem to be absorbing things just fine, so...
Oh, that's a good thing. You'll absorb less of the stuff that you eat. Oh, that's great, because we don't want to absorb all these things. Why'd you eat it, right? We eat things in order to gain nutrients and so we can absorb them. Yeah, if you're eating high-octane garbage, then yeah, sure. Reducing the amount that you absorb is probably a good idea, but you're still absorbing some. And, probably just a better idea just not to eat it at all. People don't realize this, but fiber is an anti...
People who eat more fiber live longer and have lower risk of chronic disease, so... Yes, don't eat something that makes you healthier and live longer because, I don't know, some nutrients or something. That makes sense. Thanks for the donation, Carnitard. Dodo $2. Trump is anti-Semitic. Changed my mind. Haven't really seen any evidence of him being an anti-Semite. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Help.
Well, thanks for the donation, non-wib. Dodo $2.
Prime Minister Sharif of Pakistan, and also I have to say my favorite field marshal from Pakistan, who's not here, but the Prime Minister is here, and you're going to give his regards. Where are you? There you go. Thank you very much. I think it was
President of Egypt, Majesties, Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, peace has been achieved after untiring efforts.
I can't even listen to this horse shit. Did he turn on Israel because he got bribed by Qatar? Why does Trump tolerate this anti-Semitism?
Well, Donald Trump apparently extended a last-minute invitation to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to the summit in Egypt, but Netanyahu canceled, citing a clash in his schedule. According to a Turkish official, he pulled out after pushback from Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan and other unknown leaders who didn't want to rub shoulders with Netanyahu in Sharm el-Sheikh. Turkish media report that Erdogan was in a plane when he learned the Israeli Prime Minister might be attending.
Whatever. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Sir Regal, State Meyer, $2. Fake telling Mob, you and Ice both had purple hair. You're basically bros.
Okay, what's their number? Hi.
I've already seen that clip. Thanks for the donation, dude.
It's an embarrassing topic or even a funny topic, but quite frankly, it is an important topic, and your sexual health very much represents your overall health. Now, many people that go on a carnivore diet note significant improvements in both sexual function, libido, fertility, so on and so forth.
That is entirely made up. You can find, again, you can look at carnivore cringe on Instagram. You'll see a lot of women complaining about their vagina stinking to high heaven after going on the carnivore diet. And you'll see quite a lot of dudes complaining about hypogonadal symptoms and erectile dysfunction. He tested his testosterone after he was on the carnivore diet for a while, and he was hypogonadal. I think his total testosterone was in like the 200s or something. If not lower, it was rock bottom low. And you'll see this across the board. Tons of people on the carnivore diet end up having hypogonadism. Paul Saladino, when he was on the carnivore diet, he said his testosterone was really low. He was feeling tired all the time, bad mood, low libido, all the hypogonadal symptoms. So he's just making this up.
And why that may be, it is often due to general improvements in overall metabolic health. I think that's a significant component of that. Also, we see sometimes a greater level of production of hormones. Now, remember, our hormone function is dependent upon not only the amounts of hormones circulating, but also the receptor sensitivity. So you can't just pin it down to my testosterone or estrogen or whatever it is went up or down. We have to look at the whole picture together. So if
androgen receptor sensitivity goes up when you have more androgens. So, that's just stupid. That's why steroids work so well. Androgen receptors upregulate when you take steroids.
If you've experienced improvements in your, quality of your sexual health on a carnivore, low-carb or ketogenic diet, comment below. I will also say that some folks that either undereat or don't improve their metabolic health may not see those results. So I think it's predicated on eating.
He just makes shit up.
So my nigga Trump out here making peace deals now, no more genocide, as you pro-Palestine fucks have been complaining about for the past 2 years, yet you gorilla booty munching faggots still gonna find some shit to complain about and not give Trump credit.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
So my nigga Trump.
Okay, you donated that twice, but thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
And public enemy number one. Now, this is based upon the people.
Oh my God.
That basically want us to eat bugs and soybean gruel for the rest of our lives. This is, the folks that are involved in what's called the Eat Lancet Commission. Now, these are the people that have developed the so-called diet for planetary health, which is basically pseudo-vegetarian diet where you're allowed to eat something like 2 eggs a week and a few molecules of red meat. It's some ridiculous diet. And it's interesting. Myself was named as number 1 in the top 20 or 25, and in that list include other folks that you may know like Nina Tykos, Ken Berry, Frederick Lavoie. This is, a little bit disturbing. Now, for instance, some of you guys remember that I've had sort of people that are critical of my nutritional beliefs saying that I should be thrown in jail. We have an example of Dr. Joel Furman a few years ago on a particular podcast saying that I should be put in jail because I'm telling people to eat meat.
I mean, you're getting a lot of bad information that's killing people, and those people should be put in jail. Shawn Baker, you need to be put in jail. That's right.
We've seen a debate I had with a particularly unhinged, wacko vegan screaming that she's going to be the one that puts me in jail.
She literally just bodied him in that debate. She got him to concede that his position is irrational. Like...
You're advocating because I'm not willing to change my position. I should be jailed.
You should be in jail, and I will be the reason for that being illegal speciesism.
Yeah, so she said, so he's taking this completely out of context. She said he should be in jail for killing animals. And obviously, from a vegan perspective, we believe animals should have the same rights as human beings if they were to be trade equalized. He conceded that his position was irrational and her position was superior. It was the rational position. So what is he complaining about? You admitted her position is at least more correct than yours. Like, he's such an idiot. Soul Child donated $2. You said the other day that Hamas wouldn't follow through with their end of the deal, yet here we are, all the hostages have been released. It's only the first part of the whole peace negotiation. So again, the second part was for Hamas to disarm, and they're refusing to do that. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
To end, it's just like racism towards animals. Not being vegan is not okay, and Shawn Baker is an animal user.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And, while I kind of don't really take these threats too seriously, we have to realize that, when people start painting you as this evil villain, disinformation, misinformation specialist that deserves to be put in jail, and some people will act on that. And we've seen that recently with some of the stuff that's been going on in the news, and I won't go into that in detail, but it's safe to say it's somewhat of a disturbing trend. What I've been trying to do, and in many ways I've been successful at it, is basically help people with their health, help people overcome disease, get healthy. I'm a huge believer in eating whole, nutritious food. I obviously lean towards meat as a main sort of thing. I don't sit there and say everybody needs to be on a carnivore diet, but I think it can be very useful for many, many people, and it has been. And, so I'm obviously big on exercise and sleep, and all these things that most people would agree with, I think. But the fact that you have this group that wants to come out there and say, this is the only way that we will accept that you will eat this pseudo-vegan vegetarian diet, and you will be happy about it. Remember, these people are funded by groups like the World Economic Forum and some of the actors that are around that. Perhaps some people would say less than pure motivations, right? So these are things we're having to deal with, and they have a lot of power behind that. And, they, in many ways manipulate the media. They manipulate even some of the science, and so we have to deal with that. So it's something that's, kind of interesting and disturbing. My friend Frederick Lavoie, who's a scientist out of Belgium, has written some of this stuff up. And what he discovered was that, the reason they're doing this is back in, 2020 or so, 2019, when they tried to push this Eat Lancet diet on the planet, it was resoundingly, shut down as something that would be nutrient deficient. They lost the public battle in large part due to folks like myself and others that were saying this is just not acceptable. This is not what we're going to do. So they're getting ready to roll out their second version. And so what they're trying to do is in advance smear all of us that would be critical of that, so that our voices are, somehow discounted as these crackpot crazies that don't know what they're talking about, conspiracy theorists, and so on and so forth. That's not the first time I've been sort of had to overcome stuff like that. So what we'll see is an attack on freedom of speech in some regards around this stuff. You will see people being shadow banned and their voices being muted and muffled. That's something I've dealt with for honestly a decade now. It's sometimes a little frustrating when you see other messages being amplified. If you're out there selling the garbage junk food, you get promoted with a lot of force behind it when you're trying to do the right thing. So this is something that we need to fight back against. Also, some of you have said that this is something you should be proud of. Being named on the top of the enemies list for these people that have this goal of having us all eating bugs and soybean slop. And I'm certainly happy that I've made a difference, but at the same time, it's a little bit disconcerting to think that there are people that are targeting you. How far they'll be willing to take that is unknown, particularly in this day and age. So I'm not going to be silenced. I'm going to continue to speak what I feel is the truth, and hopefully we can have a scientific and adult-like discussion around this. And if you disagree, you're welcome to disagree, but the results are what they are. I mean, what I'm talking about has gotten a lot of people results, and I'm sure you folks that are watching this, and I'm sure inevitably there'll be comments around this saying that we are helping people, and I think that's at the end of the day.
Yeah, they removed Chase Iron's YouTube channel. I'm not entirely sure why. Similar thing happened to Big Paul. People tried to do that with me on Instagram. I actually had my Instagram account terminated for like 10 minutes. My Instagram account was deleted because a bunch of people were reporting me, and then I just submitted an appeal, and then they reinstated my Instagram account almost immediately. Anyone who's like taking steroids and is more muscular than someone else, like you end up getting your channel reported like fucking crazy. It's just what people do because they're jealous haters. I'm not sure if that's what was happening with Chase Irons. If he had any genuine violation of YouTube community guidelines, then it's either something to do with promoting like harmful, dangerous practices. So I know it's a bit of a no-no to show the use of needles on YouTube. Like there's like weird gray areas where they seem to be okay with people showing how to do B12 injections. But Chase Irons was showing people how to inject peptides like BPC or retatrutide. It's a weird gray zone. So similar thing happened to Boston Lloyd. He had videos of himself injecting testosterone or other steroids. So I don't know if it's something related to that. The only other thing, if it's a genuine violation of YouTube's community guidelines, I think he did have his peptide website linked on his YouTube channel. And again, YouTube might have an issue with people selling like kind of gray market peptides. So if he had any direct links on his YouTube channel, that might have also had something to do with it. It's kind of stupid because they're legal in the US and shit, so I have no idea. But I know Paul's channel got taken down. He was giving out educational content on steroids, but he never showed himself injecting or anything. Whereas Chase Irons did, and he also had a link to his peptide website, so. But yeah, I'm not sure why Chase Irons' channel got deleted. Hopefully he gets it back. Soul Child, donate $2. Is there a reason the genocidal Netanyahu regime isn't also being forced to disarm? Yeah, because they're not genocidal and they're an actual country. Why are only the Palestinians being forced to disarm? Hamas is being forced to disarm. Also, the steel mandates a Palestinian state. Okay. Finally, I'm very grateful for President Trump for doing this. That's nice. I wasn't a Trump supporter, but to be honest, I don't see Kamala being able to get a deal like this through and force Netanyahu's hand. Trump has demonstrated he is in fact anti-war. Yeah, sure he is. Whereas Kamala and Biden are corrupt by the defense industry. Sure. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
I personally don't care what you eat, as far as that's concerned. That's, obviously the major area of contention around me. I like, as a physician, and remember, this is what my profession, is, and why I went into medical school was to help people get healthy. And if you get there through X, Y, or Z diet, it doesn't really matter. It just matters that you get healthy. And the fact that we find these diets that seem to be very efficacious, and a lot of people want to shut that down because it detracts from their ability to profiteer off of your illness. These drug companies and some of these hospital systems, they like you being dependent upon this. First of all, I think it's important that you share our messages. If you like what we're saying, share our messages that we put out there on social media. That goes for myself and any of the other folks that, I'm trying to get these messages out there. Also, if any way you can support what we're doing, like I said, and I've mentioned this, and I know some of you guys are probably tired of hearing about this, but this is, kind of my life's work at this point. Our company, Rivero, we are reversing people's disease. We're taking care of their metabolic health. We're doing it in a way that is not only helping people tremendously for sometimes the first time in their life, but it's also, doing it in a much more economical way than the drug system is. That basically we have this pharmaceutical oligarchy that kind of runs healthcare throughout the world, and we are deviating from that, which is obviously making some people unhappy. If you know patients or people that you think could benefit, please send them our way. We'd love to help them. And additionally, we're right now doing a funding push so that we can expand the company. If that interests you as well, if you're interested in having a stake ownership in what we're doing, check it out. Via our Republic campaign that'll be going on for the next.
Yeah, still a fucking idiot.
Of the Gaza Strip. So, and now that they have both Qatar and Turkey, they have nowhere to go, so they agreed. But the reality is that they agreed for a long time. For a year ago, they already said, we understand we cannot stay in power in Gaza after the war. The reality is the 7th of October 23 created a compelling imperative to Israel to make sure at whatever price that Hamas will never reign over the Gaza Strip and can threaten Israel. But the solution is exactly the one which is now we start to emerge, namely an inter-Arab / Muslim force entering, taking control in the streets, technocrats government, Palestinian bureaucracy with affiliation to Ramallah, to the Palestinian Authority, financing of
5% of your max, you should be able to perform.
Solution is.
I hate it when that happens. Sid, donators, you live in an attached house, right? Can you hear your neighbors or can they hear you? Did you enjoy apartment style living? Yeah. So I can hear them sometimes. They can hear me sometimes. It's not a big deal. Can only really hear each other through the basement for some reason. You don't really hear them when you're at ground level. And living in an apartment's fine. I just really like having a garage, especially for the winter. Thanks for the donation, Sid.
Is exactly the one which is now we start to emerge, namely an inter-Arab / Muslim force entering, taking control in the streets, technocrats government, Palestinian bureaucracy with affiliation to Ramallah, to the Palestinian Authority, financing of construction by Saudis and Emiratis, and this force, the inter-Arab force, creating gradually over a year or two a new Palestinian security force that can get the weapons, the light weapons, or part of them. It will never be fully clean from weapons, but part of them from the Hamas. And Israel should have only two conditions. Number one, not a single individual who participate in this massacre or in the military wing of Hamas can take part at any organ of the new entity. And number two, the final withdrawal, the final step toward the border will be implemented only when all the pre-agreed security kind of milestones will be met. That's the vision. The wider vision of Trump is quite inspiring to use this, the kind of cunning of history. The last 2 years were big drama.
Sid donators, did people ever complain about you being loud when you would stream at night in your apartment or yell rage? No. My apartment was pretty modern, and you could literally never hear what anybody was doing. Did you ever get spoken to about that? No. Thanks for the donation, Sid.
Drama for both sides, very painful. And in history, we have seen more than once the cases where it turned into an opening to change the whole paradigm by which publics and mainly leaders on both sides think. So there is certain inspiring option here, but devil is in the details. If the inter-Arab force will be organized along the next 2 quarters, it won't work. It should be completed in few weeks and enter into before a new dynamic where Hamas become happy once again with his military control, make it more obstinate. It should be immediate. I think that the idea to bring Tony Blair on the top of some advisory board made of foreigners with certain authorities and the tailwind from the international community is a very good idea. He understands the area. He probably not the ideal people in the eyes of Palestinians, but the Palestinians doesn't have a lot of room here. They basically enjoy the grace of the rest of the world to give them an opportunity to join. And if it goes with basically with the determination of and attention of Trump, that might be get blurred a little bit after the recent decision in Oslo. But I hope that in the Israeli parliament he heard twice that in Israel we believe that the right way is to recommend him for next year. Let's complete the whole job and get him the Nobel Prize. He highly admired now in Israel. Netanyahu tries to ride on this wave of satisfaction among Israelis and make a U-turn from the one who, disagreement, even the present kind of a blurred definition go head on with his promises. There is a path to Palestinian state. Hamas leaders can remain in Gaza by just.
That was a fascinating overview.
I mean, that's a decision for the people of Israel to make. I'm often reminded of Winston Churchill, who was thrown out of office after help.
So, Donatillers, that sounds nice. I can hear the elevator every time someone uses it on my floor. Occasionally sounds from other people's units. And when people cook, it smells and sometimes gets into the apartment. Hate when they make fucking eggs. Well, at least they're not cooking like really stinky fish or something. Thanks for the donation, Sid.
Win the Second World War. So there comes a time when every leader of every nation has proved his usefulness, and not only does the country want to move on, they want to move on with new leadership. I mean, look, they're saying the same thing about Trump. You can say whatever you want about President Trump, but the fact remains his critics, if President Trump pulled a drowning baby out of the ocean, his critics would accuse him of starving the sharks. There comes a time when the leaders have to move on.
You know what? People will laugh at that, but that is so true. I took on Bernie Sanders yesterday because I looked at his feed on X. He's a very active poster. And in the last 7 days, he's posted.
Sengoku $2, do you know if human beings are the only living creatures that are explicitly aware of their own mortality and have the ability to question the meaning of their existence? No one really knows for sure, but chances are, well, I mean, animals run away from danger, so I'd imagine to some extent they'd know that they can die, or at the very least get harmed. As far as questioning the meaning of their own existence, I don't know. Who the fuck knows? There's people who I think are incapable of doing that, so thanks for the donation, Sengoku. Soul Child donated $2. Unironically, giving Trump the Nobel Peace Prize would be reasonable, seeing what he's done with Azerbaijan and Armenia. Literally did nothing there. Pakistan, India, and now Gaza, Israel. I will switch my party affiliation to Republican if you can get a ceasefire in Ukraine. That's great.
Did 16 anti-Trump sentiments, right? But he hasn't mentioned what may turn out to be one of the most consequential deals in Middle East modern history. He hasn't mentioned it. It's like it hasn't happened. And the reason he hasn't mentioned it, General Kimmett, is he cannot bring himself to say anything positive about Donald Trump. And so he'd rather ignore this extraordinary global event unfurling on everyone's television screens. He'd rather just pretend it isn't happening because he would feel compelled to say something nice about Trump. And that is how ridiculous the Trump hysteria and derangement syndrome has got with people.
Well, right. And then there's this other group who makes this fatuous argument about, well, this should have happened long ago, but President Trump didn't want to do it long ago. It's ridiculous. Having been involved in diplomatic negotiations when I was in government,
it's literally confirmed.
Sometimes it is simply that the moment is not there. All the pieces need to fall in place. Whether 2 years ago, a year ago, Hamas was not ready, or Israel was not ready, or the international community was. The pieces have all got to come together before you can come up with an agreement. And this retrospective fantasy argument. It's great to say because it's unprovable. Oh, this could have happened 2 years ago. Again, blaming Donald Trump for starving the sharks. It's a ridiculous argument. And it's an easy argument because.
Are you saying that an Israeli negotiator who was part of the negotiations is just making it up? Or is that what you're saying? So the Israeli negotiator.
I hate Anna. Dodo Night Tellers, does Soul Child realize getting a ceasefire is not the same lasting peace? Lol, what happened with Afghanistan? He negotiated, and I guarantee you this will not be the end of the Israel-Gaza conflict or India-Pakistan or anything. Soul Child trolling, or does he believe? I don't know. He's kind of retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Negotiator who was in on these negotiations. Are you saying that he's making it up?
What I'm saying is...
Like, why does it have to be that kind of binary? He doesn't necessarily need to be making things up. He could be mistaken. He could be biased. He could be, like, just have bad information.
I'm not sure Hamas agreed with him, but the fact remains is it's an unprovable assertion, and one data
Hamas
point
accepted the
doesn't
ceasefire,
prove your argument.
even during the Biden administration.
Can you review this clown show of an Instagram page?
Being scared to eat raw beef and raw eggs, but not being scared to drink alcohol. Oh yeah, pure poison and estrogen, but I'm scared of Whole Foods and all the lions and tigers and carnivores eat in the wild. Maybe if you started eating...
I don't know the last time anybody got a lethal bacteria infection from eating beer.
like a lion and a tiger, you wouldn't be built like a fucking pig.
Most of these transformations are not particularly impressive. Like, this one's good. Like these people, for the most part, just seem to be losing weight. Not really building much muscle. Didn't we see this guy's Instagram before? And he, like, never... Oh, my God. Oh. Think you gotta work on the legs a bit more, buddy. And that's coming from me. Yeah, what the fuck? Look, what the hell? Do you see this? They literally don't train legs. Oh my God. Dude, I almost got my leg amputated, and I have, like, the most fucked up knee imaginable. And, like, I've never had legs that looked like this. I swear on my life, after I was bedridden for over 3 months and my leg was in a cast after nearly getting amputated from an E. coli infection, my leg was more muscular than this. What the fuck? Does he not even, like, walk upstairs? Does he, like, gorilla climb up things? It's like he doesn't even use his legs. What the fuck?
Imagine paying money.
Jesus. Yeah, he literally doesn't train his lower body. You know, this is also weird too. Maybe it's just Instagram lighting and filters and shit. When you see him in videos, he looks way, way thinner and skinnier, but then, like, there's these, you know, goon shots where he looks way bigger. Yeah, maybe it's just Instagram lighting, pump, and shit like that. Who the fuck knows? But yeah, what a dork. I love how there's this weak little fucking dork who... I don't even know if he can bench 225. And then he's talking about the carnivore diet. Like, buddy, it's just hilarious. Why are these people taken seriously? And then you've got me, who's so much fucking bigger. Why are they taken seriously? Like, this is just retarded. Like, the guy literally doesn't even fucking train his legs. Oh my god. Thanks for the donation, Blackberry.
Wanna see an Indian girl do something strange?
I'm not watching that.
Okay. I hope that makes you feel better.
No, but tell me, do you... I just want to know... it doesn't make me feel better, actually. I just want to know, do you think the Israeli, who Aaron Mate referenced earlier, who said that Hamas had accepted the ceasefire deal even under Biden... Thank you, Aaron. Under Biden, even Biden rejected it. The biggest obstacle...
Like, they're just lying about all of this. Hamas was demanding that they be allowed to keep the hostages. They were demanding just ridiculous fucking things like right of return. They're claiming they need to be allowed to back out of any part of the fucking deal, but Israel has to uphold their end of the deal. Like, they were never at any point actually engaging in reasonable, amicable negotiations.
To that ceasefire, which could have been achieved literally over a year and a half ago, okay, was Israel. They did not want to stop the war in Gaza.
You're telling me eating fruits and vegetables is harder than eating raw, dead, rotten animal flesh, right?
And in fact, they continue...
Site anabolic. Now leave the sharks out of this. They play a vital role in our ocean's ecosystem, unlike these Palestinians.
All right, well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Terror on Palestinians in the West Bank. Like, do we live in a fantasy world? Like, what are we doing here? Can we at least acknowledge reality? And if you love Trump...
Congratulations, you're banned.
If you love Trump, go ahead and love Trump as much as you want. I don't really care. But I want the facts to remain. I want the facts to be aired on this broadcast instead of pretending as though Trump has been like this great peacemaker. By the way, as Israel continues fighting a seven-front war, as Trump himself, with his administration, plans for...
What the fuck does she mean, seven-front war? Like, it's... The Young Turks are so fucking retarded.
Ground operations in Venezuela as we speak. Like, what are we doing here?
Well, what we're doing, surely...
Anna, you don't have the diplomatic record to stand behind your assertions. I'll leave it at that.
Do you have a diplomatic record? What's your diplomatic record?
This isn't
What's
about
your diplomatic record. Tell me.
Among other things, I negotiated the end of piracy operations that were off the coast of Somalia, which saved hundreds of innocent people from being kidnapped.
The country we're still bombing. We've been bombing for like decades.
Okay.
Yeah, can I say something?
Yeah.
Listen, all right. None of our records have any bearing on the. None of our records as individuals have any bearing on the actual record of Israeli-Palestinian diplomacy. And as myself and Anna have been pointing out, you can listen to people like Gershon Baskin, an Israeli negotiator, who pointed out that more than a year ago, Hamas accepted the exact same terms that were just accepted now. That's just a fact.
That's not a fact.
No matter our own individual background. And you also had, and I said this earlier, according to the families of Israeli hostages, a spokesperson for the family said this very early on. Within a few days, Hamas offered to release all the civilian captives that they took.
What is this influencer talking about? I'm guessing he believes in some conspiracy that Jews control the world.
A lie. Literally every fucking thing that they talk about is a lie. And
I don't care. Thanks for the donation, dude.
On October 7th, if Israel did not attack Gaza. But Israel's
that is a complete lie.
Higher priority was not its own people, it's not peace, It was Jewish supremacy.
Well, I don't think
And
there's any
denying
country, Aaron,
Palestinians-
I don't think there's any country in the world that would not have attacked a neighbor who had launched.
Site Anabolic agreed. Not even sharks are not anywhere near as bad as humans, not even close.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
That scale of terrorist attack on its people. I mean, as people keep reminding everyone, statistically, it was the equivalent of somebody murdering 40,000 people in the United States, right? The idea the United States, if one of their neighbors did that, would not have launched a ground attack very quickly is for the birds, as it would be if it was England and France or Germany or Spain, whichever one it is. Any country that had that kind of scale of terror attack was always going to attack back with tremendous force, if for no other reason than the people who perpetrated it within days were on camera saying, we're going to keep doing this. So there is no country that would not have attacked. So this idea that what...
Yeah, it's just retarded what they're saying. Immediately after the attack, Hamas said they're going to keep doing it. And then they're saying, oh, they were going to give all the hostages back. Like, yeah, sure.
Israel should have done was simply go...
Yeah, I'm going to get a car eventually.
Oh, okay. If you just release the civilians but keep all the military people you've kidnapped, fine, then we won't invade. That was never going to happen. And I think it's very naive to suggest that this is anything different to what any other country would do. My issue with Israel is what went on this year in particular, that the starvation, the blockade, the invasion of Gaza City, the relentless attacks on already decimated areas, and the fact that so many innocent children were being killed because of the uniquely under 18 makeup of 50% of the population. You know, it became completely intolerable to most right-minded people in the world, the scale of what was going on. But to go back and suggest that within days or weeks of October the 7th, what Israel should have done to an enemy wedded to its destruction, who has repeatedly, since the attacks, and we're going to keep doing this, would not have attacked with great force, everyone would have done that. And if they wouldn't have done that, their people would have drummed them out of office.
Here's my problem with your argument is that you're presuming two things I think are false. One is that Israel is a normal country like other states. And two, that there's parity here. Israel is not a country living in peace with its neighbors, and the Palestinians just disrupted all that on October 7th. Israel was waging on October 6th one of the most brutal and longest running military occupations in the world, which it refused to end, which it had multiple opportunities to do.
Site anabolic hell. If I had a choice between Jaws or these pro-Palestinians, I would pick Jaws.
Yeah, I'd pick Jaws too. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And contrary to the revisionism we've heard in this interview from people like Shabbos, that the Palestinians were offered this great peace deal and they turned it down. No, Israel's never risen to the level of offering Palestinians the absolute minimum, which is a contiguous state in the West Bank, Gaza, East Jerusalem, which, by the way, as I pointed out, Hamas has accepted. Hamas previously tried...
Arafat was offered it. Arafat was offered an unbelievably good deal. Historically, people will say that was the moment. Bill Clinton, I've interviewed Bill Clinton several times about this, and he's absolutely clear, as are the Israelis, that deal was on the table and Arafat walked away.
Listen, we can go into that record. There's a great new book by Robert Malley I have here. He worked for Bill Clinton. He was his negotiator. And he points out that what Bill Clinton said is just not true. Palestinians were never offered that. That's why Shlomo Ben-Ami, who was Ehud Barak's foreign minister, who you spoke to earlier, who was at Camp David when that so-called generous offer was made, Shlomo Ben-Ami said, if I were Palestinian, I would have rejected Camp David as well. Because contrary to all the spin, including from people like Bill Clinton, Palestinians were never offered a contiguous state in the West Bank and Gaza. They were offered a Bantustan state where they could live in little cantons surrounded by major Israeli settlement blocks that make Palestinian life impossible. And even
Yeah, cool story. Even if any of this were true, which it's not, is what's happening now the better alternative? Like, it's just so retarded.
Hamas, if you look at their charter, they revised their charter. I wish they'd been even more forthcoming.
They never revised their charter. Oh my god, that's a complete fucking lie.
And they were, but the fact is,
they revised their charter, but they literally said we're gonna try to kill all Jews and commit October 7th again and again. Okay, right.
We're more accommodating on the issue of the two-state solution than any Israeli across the spectrum. And but by the way, on the issue of Netanyahu, Ehud Barak said earlier that Israel's not Netanyahu. Okay, it's a nice message. But look at the polls. Most Israelis support ethnic cleansing in Gaza.
But if you look at the booing,
most Israelis
if you look
have
at
no
the
problem.
booing he got.
I love how he says this. Why don't you look at the fucking polls in Gaza? Like, most Gazans, like, support Hitler. They think the Nazi party was, good for, like, trying to exterminate fucking Jews. They support the October 7th attack. They want to completely ethnic cleanse Jews from Israel. They don't think Israel should be a fucking state. They want to exterminate every fucking Jew on planet Earth. Like, this is so retarded.
Yes. The other day, that was pretty loud and clear message from many of the Israeli people. Let's take a look. I mean, this is Netanyahu being booed by his own people.
To Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Oh. Okay. To Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay. Let me just finish my thought.
At least Jaws does not support Hitler.
Yeah, that's true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
But
I mean, Steve Witkoff could barely speak. The booing was so deafening. That is not a populace that is at one with its prime minister. Quite the opposite.
No, but why are they booing? They're booing because he abandoned the captives and he sold them out because he wanted to continue his destruction of Gaza. The majority of Israelis, if you look at polls, are fine with actually Netanyahu destroying Gaza. There was polls showing that most people are not bothered by the reports of famine. Most Israelis support ethnic cleansing. And that's why we have a problem here, is because this is a fanatical society that embraces Jewish supremacy. And so Shabbos saying before he's proud to be Jewish right now, I'm upset to be Jewish right now. I'm upset that in my name, a genocide.
Yep, white guilt, dipshit. Just fucking complete beta male fucking loser. That's all these people are. Just white guilt, beta male, fucking low testosterone cuck losers.
Genocide was perpetrated, and entire people have been under occupation for decades with no end in sight to their suffering. And here in the US, you have people being censored, constantly canceled because supporters of Israel claim to feel unsafe by merely people protesting genocide. And you also have in Israel, and this is...
Yeah, that's why they feel unsafe. Not because there's literally people trying to kill them outside of synagogues, right?
The most important thing, Benny Gantz, the former defense minister, who's now in Netanyahu's opposition, he recently wrote that there's a national consensus inside Israel that there will be no Palestinian state. That's the real Israel that we're dealing with. And until that is rectified, and that is the actual extremism that has to be addressed.
Hamas is literally saying they're not gonna lay down their arms. Why in the fuck would you legitimize them as a fucking state? Like, oh my god. It's like if the Nazi party, never disarmed after World War II and said, no, we're still gonna be Nazis and we're still gonna keep all our guns, but we can have, like, some puppet government that we control because we can, like, violently threaten them. Oh yeah, give Germany a state. Pull out of Germany. Let them do whatever they want. Like, it's just fucking retarded.
We think of Hamas, and my friends in Gaza are not fans of Hamas. But in terms of who's the problem here, it's the radicals in power with the support of
Well, actually, I would say it's the
establishment.
radicals. It's the radicals on both sides. One of the most pleasing aspects of the Trump peace plan is that it was a direct repudiation of a lot of what the more right-wing headbangers in Netanyahu's government had been advocating. They wanted Palestinians expelled. They wanted to take the land in Gaza and the West Bank. And Trump has made it absolutely clear, no annexing of the West Bank, and the Palestinian people will be allowed to return to their, albeit destroyed at the moment, homes in Gaza. And we're seeing already many, many hundreds, if not thousands of Gazans going back to the rubble of where their homes were to try and now rebuild their lives. That is a repudiation of the aspiration of people like Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, whose rhetoric has been increasingly one of kick all the Palestinians out and take the land. So, you know, I am cautiously...
that would be a better idea. Like, again, the way this is going to play out is there's probably going to be an ongoing war and conflict. So do you want, like, these people to get blown up more, die, have these, like, fucking left-wing fucktards complain about genocide this, genocide that, when Hamas never disarmed, they keep conducting terror attacks? Or is it better to just get the, like, make these people move to Egypt or something?
Optimistic by the fact that that is happening, because that is going against what the more extreme Israelis would like to happen. And I think there are extreme people on the Palestinian side, like Hamas, for which peace will be the last thing they want as well.
Well, except they have no power. And I'll just make this quick because I've spoken a lot now. Yes, it's a repudiation of the ultra extremists, but that doesn't make it not extreme, because are Palestinians offered any path to self-determination in this plan? No. All it says is we recognize this as your aspiration, which is like telling a starving person, I recognize that you're hungry and you aspire to have some food. We're not going to actually offer you any. And that's what this plan is. That sounds extreme to me. It sounds extreme to put people under one of the most brutal military occupations in the world and longest running and say, you have no path to your own freedom. And that has been the premise of all this. And so just going back to your original point to me, in terms of what Israel should have done on October 7th, again.
Why the fuck would, like, first of all, what does he mean, no path to your own freedom? The whole reason there's, like, that blockade around Gaza, the whole reason the West Bank is annexed, is because these people keep committing fucking terror attacks. If you don't want, like, the status quo, then stop committing terror attacks. Like, it's fucking retarded.
We're not talking about a normal situation of neighbors living side by side and one person attacks another. We're talking about an occupied people.
Fuck Palestine.
Yeah, I agree. Thanks for the donation, Bootycom.
Desperate, under siege forever. They've tried nonviolent protest. They've tried to accept the two-state solution. Nothing works. October 7th was an act of desperation. It was a disaster for the Palestinians especially, because it gave Israel the opportunity to do what it's always wanted to do, which is destroy Gaza and push out as many Palestinians as possible. In terms of what Israel should have done, Israel didn't have the right to fire a single bullet into Gaza. It had the obligation to end.
What? Oh my god, this guy is just the most white guilt cucked beta male pussy. Israel had no right to take any military action against Hamas? Wow.
And the occupation and the siege, and then negotiate a peace that
Wow,
recognizes
dude.
Palestinians.
Yeah, but that's where we
rights to
disagree, because
self-determination.
what you're ignoring there is that it was literally in Hamas's original founding charter,
which they changed.
Okay, but
they never changed it. That's just misinformation. Again, why were they fucking saying after October 7th, we're gonna keep killing more and more Jews? They never changed their fucking charter.
It's also meaningless.
Their stated aim was to destroy Israel, and their clear stated intention on October the 7th was to kill or kidnap as many innocent Israelis as they could get their hands on. So you're dealing with a nihilistic terror group who created a tunnel system for 20 years to hide in, to sacrifice their own people when the shooting started. So, you know, I don't deny for a moment that there was an occupation of the Gazan people that should never have been happening. But I also don't deny for a moment that Hamas wanted to destroy Israel and everything it stood for. And so, you know, this is a more nuanced picture than I think you want to give it credit for. But look, I've got to bring in a very quickly respond to that.
In the charter of Netanyahu's party, Likud, which is from 1977, it's also in their charter that from the river to the sea, there will only be Jewish sovereignty. Okay. Has anybody asked Netanyahu to change his party's charter? The difference is his party.
That's a problem? Oh my god. Like, by the way, geographically, that also does not suggest any genocidal intent whatsoever.
Party has power. They're one of the most sophisticated and powerful armies in the world, backed by the world's top heads.
They're not.
Come on. Palestinians living under occupation, besiegement, have no power at all in this equation. I wish Hamas had been more tactful. I wish the Palestinians could have come together and have a unified position. I wish their
more tactful. Oh my god.
Leaders. I wish their leaders.
Tactful.
I wish their leaders. I wish their leaders.
Aaron, let's be clear. It's not a question.
Yeah, dude. This is like communist fucking brain rot where you've got this like idea that you should have no like cultural or national pride, that you should hate yourself, that you should like be loving and kind to your enemies, and that you deserve everything that happens to you. Like, this guy is just a fucking loser.
Of them not being tactful enough. They committed one of the worst terror attacks of modern times. What's tact got to do with it?
They chose to start a fight that they couldn't win. And I wish they had recognized that personally, because this was always what Israel wanted. They gave Israel a huge opportunity. But again, if you have no options, Piers, if you're living in a concentration camp, if your occupier says,
yeah, the option would be to not commit terror attacks and try to establish peaceful diplomatic negotiations. Like, as if that was never an option.
it doesn't matter what you do.
Like this is just a complete and utter denial of reality. The whole reason this conflict is going on is due to religious extremism. Again, Hamas has stated this clearly. It's due to their Islamic religious beliefs that they think they need to exterminate all Jews.
Do whether you protest nonviolently or not, whether you change your charter.
Well, they were given.
How long do you think this peace deal will last before Hamas breaks it? Man, not very long.
Many billions of dollars, and they had a choice to make as to what to do with that money. Now,
congratulations, you're banned.
Netanyahu's hands are all over the way that money was funneled to them, and he'll be held accountable for that, I'm sure.
Yep.
But the reality is the Hamas took those billions and they squandered it in the most self-interested and anti the Palestinian people manner imaginable. They built a tunnel system where they would hide themselves and save their own lives when the troubles that they were about to started, and the Palestinian civilians and kids would be blown to pieces in the inevitable retribution that would come from Israel. It was a very deliberate tactic, which, you know, maybe it back.
Which, by the way, is a war crime. Hamas would have had obligations to create bomb shelters, which they never did. They just created the terror tunnels so that they could protect themselves.
Maybe it didn't. If you're Hamas, you probably think mission accomplished, right? You goaded Israel into the most extreme overreaction, which has made them despised by much of
It was not an overreaction.
the world. You might think, if you're a Hamas commander with their nihilistic view, that this is mission accomplished. But the idea that they should have been more tactful, I think, is to really to massively downplay what they did that day. It was a grotesque terror attack. Anna?
Piers, since you brought up the issue of Netanyahu facilitating the funding of Hamas, are you at all concerned about what's currently
Here we fucking go, dude.
going down?
So this is just more like stupid conspiracy theory bullshit. There were a number of countries and organizations that wanted to give Hamas money. Israel had to allow for the transfer of that money. If they didn't, everybody would be saying, oh, Hamas is an elected government, and here's Israel trying to cut off resources. So, like, she's just full of shit.
Ceasefire now. At least everyone can all chant that now. Man feels good, switch sides on the channel for once, lol.
Yes. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Down in Gaza with the militias that Netanyahu confessed to also facilitating the funding of, who
Well,
are
I'm concerned
now
by all of it because
engaged
look, just to be clear, I think Netanyahu was operating a deliberate divide and rule strategy between Hamas and the Palestinian Authority, and he thought he could manage that.
That's right.
And
He propped up Hamas intentionally.
I think he wanted to have Gaza and the West Bank separated politically by two groups and try and foment a distrust and hatred between the two groups, and that was his plan.
That is just nonsense. Like, just complete nonsense. None of these people have any evidence of this. It all relies on mind reading.
All along, which backfired spectacularly. Look, the reason I think Netanyahu is going to face a massive tornado of accountability, not just has he got a criminal corruption case to face, but he also has to be made accountable for allowing this to happen on his watch. You know, the Mossad is supposed to be the most intelligent intelligence agency in the world, but didn't know 3,000 members of Hamas were about to charge over their border and attack their people. They didn't seem to know they had this,
They knew, they didn't act on it.
the world's biggest tunnel system and so on. There is so much inexplicable stuff that's happened here that Netanyahu will be held accountable for.
So again, more anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. Oh, Mossad knew, they just didn't act on it so they could have an excuse. Where's the evidence of that? She's like a 9/11 truther, but just the like anti-Semitic version.
And I suspect the Israeli people will hold him accountable at the ballot box and they'll vote him out of office. We shall see. I'll take a short break. I'll come back to the panel. Not everyone was happy to see President Trump today. The historic speech was disrupted by two far-left politicians. Here's what happened.
להוציא את חבר הכנסת, להוציא אותו מהאולם, להוציא אותו מיד, החוצה, החוצה, החוצה. להוציא גם את חבר הכנסת כסיף, להוציא את חבר הכנסת כסיף מהאולם, להוציא אותו מיד.
That was very efficient.
Steve, why did you do what you did today?
Because President Trump was a part and parcel, a complicit in the ongoing genocide that Israel pursued in the Gaza Strip. And today...
Weird, another fucking beta male. They all look the fucking same.
To refer to him as if he was the savior of the
hijab. So this underscores... He makes some points there which are certainly worth considering.
Well, I think the greatest point to make is that Israel mirrors America in the sense that it is actually a democracy. Can you think of any other country in the Middle East whereby you can interrupt in an actual proceedings with a prime minister of your sovereign nation and a president of the United States and start interrupting him and it does not lead to anything other than death? I mean, try doing that in the streets of Tehran, although they did try, and many of them were decapitated, mostly for showing their hair outside of a hijab. So this underscores that Israel is a thriving democracy. In terms of the substance of his argument, and I think the argument that my other panelists have been making is just simply not true. I mean, Anna brought the conversation of Israel Katz, the minister, talking about how they're going to have to bomb Gaza, and that's clearly an affront to the peace accord itself. So unlike Anna, I actually do speak Hebrew, and I read the original tweet in Hebrew, and he explicitly states that we will continue, if necessary, to dismantle the, quote, Hamas terror tunnels, which is not only Israel's prerogative to do, that is literally part of the Trump 20-point peace plan. It is literally part of the deal that brought the hostages home today that Hamas would have to dismantle. That was not part of the peace plan offered by Joe Biden. It was not part of the peace plan offered in January of 2025. So qualitatively speaking, we are talking about a very different peace deal. The other point I want to mention, again, it's not specific to what the member of Knesset was saying, which is the idea of choices. And I think, Piers, you quite accurately attested to this, which is you can sort of create assumptions or motives behind Israel. But at the end of the day, Ehud Olmert in 2007, 2008, who was no friend of Bibi Netanyahu, who does not like the Likud party, he offered 97% of the West Bank to the Palestinian people, and they literally said no. no. And you can shake your head and say I'm wrong, but if they said yes, then why isn't there a Palestinian state today? I believe that there should be a state for the Palestinian people. I believe that there should be harmony and coexistence, but you can't do that when you have individuals like, for example, Ismail Haniyeh, who would repeatedly state that we would do October 7th again and again and again. When you have individuals like Yahya Sinwar, who repeatedly state that food that comes into Gaza should first and foremost be given to fighters in the tunnels, and if need be, women and children should be sacrificed at the altar of our glorious martyrs. You cannot do that when you are living next to a
Only
person
Israelis
like
can do that to
Ismail
Palestinians.
Haniyeh. Hang on, like Ismail, try not to interrupt. I know it's hard, but do your best. You can't do that when you have people like Hassan Nasrallah, who had stated for years it would be great for all the Jews to move to Israel, because in his own words, it would be so much more convenient to kill you in one location than having to hunt you down country to country. So yes, I believe in peace. I also believe in reality. And when you, Aaron, when you talk about how Israel is not a normal country that is not living side by side with its neighbors, Israel signed a peace deal with Egypt in 1979. They have not been at war with Egypt since. Mind you, Egypt also bombed Rafah and Gaza in the early 2000s, but I digress. And I wish that one day the Palestinians will elect leaders who believe in peace, as Golda Meir said, who love their own children more than they hate ours. That does not reflect the majority of the Palestinian people. I believe the majority of the Palestinian people are good people who want to live in peace. Unfortunately, their elected government do not reflect that at all. So you can talk about the motives or the assumptions of Bibi Netanyahu, but at the end of the day, it was Hamas that attacked a sovereign nation, that shot its dogs, that burnt down its homes, that kidnapped babies like Fir Bibas, that held as hostage 3-year-old girls like Abigail Edan. That is not something that Israel forced them to do. That is a choice, a really bad choice that they decided to make, and they are living with its consequences. Of course, unfortunately, Gaza has been destroyed. So too, Fallujah was destroyed. So too, Mosul was destroyed. So too, Berlin was destroyed. Does that mean the Allies were wrong to have fought the Nazis? Of course not. Even though there were more Germans, far more Germans killed than the Americans. What it does mean is there are consequences to actions.
All right, I want to give the final word briefly to Anna, because we've got to wrap up. Anna.
Yeah, this guy just smoked them.
I just want to say,
okay, she's just going to ramble about how there's no houses left in Gaza, Israel committed a genocide, wah, wah, wah.
Even with all of the various individuals that Shabbos listed off, whether it's Yahya Sinwar or anyone else, they're all dead. Yet you still have Israel talking about Hamas and what a threat Hamas poses. And it's because
they still exist.
Of the fact that Israel carried out these military operations in Gaza, destroyed the Gaza Strip, which, what do you think that does? That multiplies Hamas militants.
So she's saying we should never go to war with our enemies because killing people makes them multiply?
Radicalizes people, because let me tell you.
Fucking retarded.
They bribed Egypt. I bet you Anna just made that up right on the spot.
Did she say they bribed Egypt? I didn't even catch that. Fucking dumb bitch, dude. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Tell you something. If every single member of my family were killed by a government, if my neighborhood was razed by a foreign military, that would radicalize me too.
Okay, so then why isn't every German still a Nazi, you fucking moron?
It's common sense.
Oh my God.
But you know what? I almost feel like that's the whole game that Israel is playing as we speak. Because at the end of the day, it's an expansionist project. They want to steal the land, and I guarantee you this isn't over. They're going to continue pursuing land theft, not just in Gaza, but also in the West Bank. That's currently happening right now as we speak, while everyone is giving, Netanyahu and Trump plaudits for their peace deal. There is no peace as long as we continue supporting the terroristic welfare state of Israel. Period.
Israel is trying to expand its territories, and why is it that they gave Gaza back in 2005?
Shabbos, we run out of time. I would simply say that I think we need new leadership on both sides, Israelis and the Palestinians.
No, I think Netanyahu's doing a great job as it is. Fucking retarded, dude. Man, it's just bizarre how the Young Turks even exist and anybody fucking listens to them. I gotta go take a piss. I'll be right back, but we'll watch some Michaela Peterson mints. Oh. Yeah. All right. Jeez. Well, this is going to be highly retarded.
He couldn't walk, and he kind of recovered and then went on tour. And then he got really sick after that, and he kind of deteriorated throughout the summer. We didn't really know what was going on because it was so severe.
Have you had moments when you thought you might lose him?
Yeah, it's been really, 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 really scary. I think there's a large spiritual element at play. I think there's a demonic element that's hitting people. Now, So he was diagnosed with CIRS, which is chronic inflammatory response syndrome, a couple of years ago. That syndrome is usually brought on by mold exposure. The house that I grew up in Toronto was really badly exposed to black mold and whatever else in the basement. And that circulated through the HVACs, and we were all kind of ill. Well, extremely ill. Not
CIRS. What is it? Oh, CIRS. Chronic inflammatory response syndrome, multi-symptom, multi-system illness resulting from the immune system's inability to clear biotoxins, often from exposure to water-damaged buildings, overactive inflammatory response effect, fatigue, aches, cognitive issues, blah, blah, blah. Immune system dysregulation, genetic susceptibility. So why is this only a problem for him now? When, supposedly he was living in a moldy house a while ago?
kind of ill, extremely ill. And then we managed to put a lot of those symptoms into remission with dietary changes. But a couple of years ago, when I moved to Miami, I got sick again, even on the diet. And I've been only eating meat for 8 years to mitigate.
Oh, weird. After claiming the carnivore diet cures all illnesses. What do you know?
These symptoms. And I got sick on the diet, and we figured out it was from mold exposure. So my dad and I have a lot of similar symptoms, and we figured out his kind of neurological symptoms, a lot of pain and neuropathy, and a propensity towards anxiety, things like that, were potentially caused by mold exposure. And there's a host of blood work you can do. It's scientifically rigorous compared to dietary intervention. And over the last year, he never did the CIRS treatment like I did because he was off busy changing the world. So around Christmas, he went back to my childhood house, and after about 2 weeks, he wasn't able to walk. It kind of happened out of
isn't he rich? So if he's living in a house that has a bunch of mold, why wouldn't he be able to afford to get the house treated for mold if that's what he thinks the problem is?
the blue. He was fine. He recorded a course for Peterson Academy, flew back to Toronto, and in 2 weeks he couldn't walk. We flew him back to Arizona, where I've set up a house that has proper air filtration, and he kind of recovered and then went on tour. And then this summer, so this has been really, his severe health problems have really been going on since June. And he had a couple of mold exposures. And I know how that kind of sounds, but he stayed in this motel for a couple of days that was musty. He told me, and I was like, you should get out of there. He got really sick after that, and he kind of deteriorated throughout.
Isn't he rich? He's staying in a musty old motel? Why is he... I thought the guy is a millionaire. What? Why isn't he staying in, a nice hotel? What the fuck is going... none of the story makes any sense. So, this guy's a fucking multi-millionaire. He has a bunch of different businesses that he owns. Along with, being part of the Daily Wire network, YouTube channel, gets a fuck ton of money from Patreon. Why is he staying in a fucking gross, musty motel while he's traveling? The story doesn't add up. She's full of shit. when you hear this, it just doesn't make sense. Like, she's lying. Frank Tufano donated $2. Let me see. Oh, yeah.
If you want to understand the real truth of this planet, you first have to accept that you've been lied to your whole life about history. Everything you've been taught in school is just what these people in control have told you. Christopher Columbus founded the United States in 1772, or whatever year it was. Completely fake. And the easiest way to get people to believe that our current civilization is tens of thousands of years old is to explain to them from a...
What the fuck does he even mean by that? Like, yeah, I mean, I'm sure there were human civilizations that existed, probably close to 30,000 years ago. But our current civilization, when the United States was founded, buddy?
construction perspective, how long it would actually physically take to build all of the infrastructure we currently have in the United States. The highway system, all of these great structures like the Hoover Dam, just New York City itself, just New York City, based on labor statistics, based on population, based on material, would take tens of thousands of years to build.
He thinks New York City existed tens of thousands of years ago. What?
If you take just a few hours to understand what goes into putting up one building, you will quickly realize, wow, it took tens of thousands of years to build just New York City. Let alone all the other stuff that exists, all these other cities and structures.
Dude, I lived in Toronto, and you can see a large like there's building developments all the time. I've seen construction workers start from nothing, and then a year later you see this massive high rise. like what?
And things that exist, and most of this stuff in history is covered up by the Smithsonian and the secret teams and all that other stuff, but I'll focus on what most people know. Think of
there are literally people who are old enough to have seen the construction of the Empire State Building and shit.
About Ellis Island. Why did all these people have to immigrate over? Our grandparents, our great-grandparents, why did they have to immigrate over from Italy, from Ireland, through Ellis Island about 100 years ago now? Because that was when the last Great Reset was. When they reset the United States, they need to repopulate with people to take advantage of. The cattle, us. The elite were living in the United States, and they had to migrate new people over, new workers over to repopulate the United States. And, that also relates to the Spanish flu around that time. And once you realize, this current society we're living in is tens of thousands of years old, it makes more sense as to why certain people are so wealthy, because they're literally rolling over their wealth from the last generation.
Yeah, it's called inheritance.
They want you to believe, everyone's starting from scratch, America's a new place, but there's families that literally owned half of New York City before people even immigrated over from Ellis Island. It's almost like, they're resetting a monopoly board, but they already have pockets full of cash and everything they need to take control. So that's a big aspect of the Great Reset, and knowing that these people have maintained power for a very long period.
This guy is becoming crazier and crazier. It's clear that he's this is early schizophrenia.
So once you understand that our current society is tens of thousands of years old, you can kind of
all of our technology is from aliens, and the evidence of that is from kids who are victims of skull stretching.
Accept more things. And the talk about aliens has been more and more present in our news because I guess the government is getting to actually release the truth about it. But the real truth is that aliens have overseen our current society for tens of thousands of years. All of our technology, the cell phone you're watching this video on, was created by aliens. Humans do not have, us as biological humans, do not have the mental ability to create and understand radio wave technology.
Yeah, we do. You can literally track down, like, you know, the lineage of all of this. You know, some, like, fucking dumbass was tinkering around with something and said, hey, that's neat. And then some other person comes later and, you know, figures more of it out. And, like, there's this progression. Like, so, like, by the way, this is coming from the same idiot who thinks, like, cell towers are, like, killing him. But then he thinks ionizing radiation in the form of UV light from the sun is perfectly fine and good for you. So just because you're too stupid to understand how radio technology works doesn't mean the rest of us are as dumb as you.
This African elongated head, and some Jewish people wear the big hats. There's examples of alien worship in various religious groups. Why are these people stretching their heads? Because aliens have very large brain structures that are capable of things you do not understand. That cell phone tower outside is basically a robotic replica of something an alien's brain can do. So all of the radio waves and energy, aliens have the ability, to my understanding, to see energy. Aliens can see.
Yeah, we can see energy too. It's called visible light.
See energy with their brains. They have psychic abilities. So these aliens, with their incredible intelligence and advanced technology, came to human society however many thousands of years ago and basically gave the wrong people this technology. And the elite people, the current people in power, have used alien technology to control civilization for, you know, tens and tens of thousands of years now. So I believe that aliens, like, they're not going to rule society. They believe in being neutral, although they're not really being neutral, because they basically gave all of this super advanced alien technology, whether it's cell phones, whatever
Yeah, he's legitimately going nuts now.
modern device you want to see, military technology.
Like, by the way, it's funny how this coincides with him, like, getting the surgery and then talking about trying to get on pain meds.
They gave all this technology to the wrong people, and now those evil people are basically in control of the world. And I guess the aliens don't really want to step in and help people because they believe they're not, and that's my understanding of it. Aliens believe they can't step in and fix society. They have to just give this technology to humans and leave them to their own devices. But things like cell phone, television, any sort of modern technological advancement was just given to us by aliens, and they just release them slowly throughout every.
He's gonna have to be committed, I can guarantee you.
The second lie, and probably a more significant one, that ultimately led to me getting botched, because if Dr. Dubon was truthful, I wouldn't have gotten the procedure. I asked him, does a medial orbital decompression make my eyes closer together? He said no. Common sense, I'm like, well, you remove the tissue from the inside of the eye, so aren't the eyes going to be closer together? He said no, and I trusted him. But if you Google medial decompression, every study says reduction in intrapupillary distance, which basically means your eyes will be closer together, reducing the distance between the pupils, upwards of 10, 20%. So for him to not, did he lie, or did he not even know what his surgery does? It's crazy. Because if I knew that at all and saw those studies and he was actually informing his patients of what the surgery does, I would never have gotten it under any circumstances.
Why didn't you do the research beforehand? All right, well, thanks for the donation, Frank Tufano.
Last time I checked 30,000 years ago we were still living in caves.
Yeah, pretty much. But apparently, you know, they were building New York. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Some people are so fundamentally stupid and incapable of change. The only answer is embodying a forceful opposition. Make sure you're getting physically, mentally and emotionally jacked, brothers.
Goddamn right. That's why I'm on gear. Thanks for the donation, Alla, best of scammers.
Throughout the summer.
Is Sfarage or Frank more retarded? I would have to say Sfarage. Like, it's one thing to believe in aliens. It's an entirely different thing to think the Earth is flat. So I'd have to go with Sfarage.
And we didn't really know what was going on because it was so severe. It was like a lot of neuropathic pain and kind of, it was mostly that. It was mostly pain and kind of slowness. And we brought him back to Arizona and tried to help him recover. And things just, I don't even know how to explain it, Pierce. Like, this summer has been so bad. When I put out the video on YouTube describing how he was sick, I said that there was a spiritual element. I think at the bottom of this, there's this mold exposure problem, but we have been walloped multiple times throughout the summer with hospitalizations and these weird illnesses. And in September,
weird, you eat a carnivore diet and you keep getting ill, huh? It must be ghosts.
He ended up getting pneumonia and then sepsis, and then ended up with something that's called critical illness polyneuropathy or myopathy, which is which can be a complication from pneumonia and sepsis. And it's just, we haven't been talking about it because we were hoping to see improvement faster, and every day has been like just movie level awful. And so now I put out the video because we're starting to see improvements. Instead of his health going like this, which it has it's been like 4 months, it's starting to go like this. So my family and I decided it was appropriate to put out a video, but we mostly just wanted to ask people for prayers because it's been, so this summer, if I can get into it a bit, I had a baby in May, and when she was 6 weeks old, she went into heart failure and turned blue in my bedroom. And so we brought her to the hospital and she was diagnosed with idiopathic pulmonary hypertension. They can't find anything wrong. She's fine now, which is a miracle, but she almost died. And this is my third kid. It's not like that's a normal thing to happen to kids. And then when my dad had to be hospitalized in August.
Isn't this the same person who said vegans are killing their children?
He went to a hospital. I came back home after visiting him there. And that night, my baby was turned blue again for an unrelated issue. So I'd been to a hospital, and then I was heading to another hospital in an ambulance being like, what's going on? So I don't know.
Are you feeding them a carnivore diet? Like, oh my God.
A lot of me thinks there's a huge spiritual element at play with like Dennis Prager being paralyzed and then Charlie Kirk. So, and I know that was a bit disjointed and everything. And I think mold is at the bottom of our like autoimmunity and psych issues that we've been dealing with for like, my entire life. But I think there's a large spiritual element at play too.
Wow.
I think a lot of people have been feeling that in the last number of months.
I mean, that's an extraordinary thing you've just said. When you believe, what spiritual thing do you think could be going on?
Honestly, and
Bangus Donny Tillers, bro, this chick literally terrifies me. I have to watch animal videos whenever I see her come up in the media. Oh. It's a little nose. It's a nice little baby. Oh. It's a potatoes. Oh, that's a good potatoes. I wonder what Hyraxes are like. I wonder if they're like cats or something. They look really cool. Wow. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh, so potato-y. Oh my God. Wow. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh my God. Oh, wow. Llamas are so beautiful and majestic. Oh, I want llamas. Oh my god, look at them bouncing. Oh, so graceful. They're so beautiful. Oh my god, I need to watch this over and over again. Oh my god, they're beautiful. I love llamas. Wow, that's good. Thanks for the donation, Bangus.
Fuck, marry, kill Michaela Peterson, Candice Owens, Ocasio-Cortez, go.
Guess we'd have to kill Candace Owens. Fuck Michaela Peterson, and then I guess marry Ocasio-Cortez. Thanks for the donation, though, Big Cock.
I would have just scoffed at myself years ago for saying this, but there's this resurgence of Christianity. I don't know if you thought this was where we were going with this talk, but there's been this huge resurgence of Christianity in America. And I think, and I believe that, and so I think there's a demonic element at play that's hitting people, to be perfectly blunt. Now, I also think mold is what's making us sick, but I don't know, something's going on in the world now, and I think a lot of people can feel it.
You genuinely think this is the work of the devil?
You know what? It's too coincidental to not be. I think it was C.S. Lewis that talked about synchronicities, and that's how you can kind of identify God by like too many coincidences. But throughout my entire life, I've seen that. But this summer has been brutal. Like, what are the chances of my dad being hospitalized and then my newborn being hospitalized for turning blue? It's not like I just randomly brought her to the hospital within a 3-hour time period randomly. Like, it's been too much. So that's where I'm at now, which is why I went on YouTube and asked for prayers. It's that because there's been no like definitive diagnosis other than SIRS, which is a legitimate problem and disease, but dad is getting hit so hard. And then with everything that could go wrong has gone wrong, although things seem to be turning around now. But
and have you had, Michaela, have you had moments when you thought you might lose him?
Oh, in the last month or two, yeah. We seem to be through that, but it's been really, 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 really scary.
I'm so sorry for what you've been going through. I had absolutely no idea. I would have contacted you before this.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you. We kept it under wraps.
Is he able to talk? Can you converse with him or?
Kind of. Like, yes, better than 10 days ago was brutal. Like, things just turned around. So now we can talk, but he's not recovered from the complications from the pneumonia and sepsis yet. So things are still, like I said, they're improving, but they're not fantastic.
Well, please send him our very best from everyone over here in the UK. I know he comes here a lot. He loves the UK. He's hugely popular here. I'm incredibly sorry to hear what's been going on with him, and I hope to speak with him before too long if he's strong enough to do that. And our thoughts with you and all your family, Michaela.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I appreciate you coming on. Thank you. Today's show is brought to you by Oxford Natural, makers of the Optimum Day and Optimum Night all-natural supplements. Thousands of Brits and Americans are already taking them. The host of Modern Wisdom, Chris Williamson, a biologist, biohacker, and host of The Ultimate Human, Gary Brecker. Guys, you were booked, nothing to do with what we've just been listening to. Pretty shocking.
Yeah.
What did you make of that interview, Gary?
Well, I think it's more common than people think. 10 years ago, most doctors would have poo-pooed things like mold, mycotoxin, parasite, virus, and heavy metals, but we realized that these are the types of not only...
Yeah, bring on Gary Brecker. Doesn't he just have like a bachelor's degree and it's in like some kind of bullshit? I think he just worked as like an insurance actuary.
Biologics, but environmental toxins that light up the immune system. Chronic inflammatory response syndrome is a response, an over-response of the immune system to these different toxins. And, some people eliminate toxins well from their body. They methylate toxins well, and they're susceptible to mold exposure, but they're not susceptible to mold illness. Other people methylate these very poorly, and these accumulate in their bloodstream and their tissues, and they cause very severe consequences like what you're hearing.
Chris, you know this better than anybody, because extraordinarily, over the weekend, you just released a shocking news of a documentary following you for 18 months. Tracking your battle against Lyme disease and toxic mold.
Yeah, America is a very fun country with lots of good stuff in it, but the environment is not particularly welcoming to people that aren't used to it. So the food, the environmental stresses that are in there. I lived in a house for 2 years that had toxic mold in it. I had EBV, CMV, Candida, H. pylori, roundworm, liver fluke, heavy metals, Lyme disease, and then got COVID. So for basically one pathology per month, every single month last year, I had to cross off one of these things. And as Gary knows, when you have what's called complex illness, there's loads of stuff wrong with you, but we don't quite know who the culprit is. You're kind of like Sherlock Holmes, going, is it the EBV? Is it the heavy metals? Is it the BPAs? Is it the mold? Is it the roundworm?
Because you look so, and always do, so healthy.
Thank you.
And yet you'd be fighting with...
Do you think Mike Israel's degree is fake? Well, it depends on what you mean by that. Like, he did in fact go to a really shitty, very low-ranked university. It's one of the lowest ranked in the entire country. And he was, in fact, granted a PhD based on a horribly written thesis that clearly nobody ever read. But does he legitimately have a PhD? No. He just went to a diploma mill, basically.
Asking the questions, the level of vitriol and hatred, and I think this is spiritually driven. I think this is much of a spiritual revolution that we're seeing in America as we are a revolution on health, because people are so dogmatic about political parties that everything becomes politicized.
Yes.
And even when and so now there is a dogmatic attack on spirituality in general. You see the rise in anti-Semitism, you see the rise against Christianity, because anyone that has a belief system that is different from someone else's opinion system is considered to be a racist or a bigot. We don't accuse people of being racist or bigots for not agreeing with our religion, but we get accused of being racist or bigots for not agreeing with their dogma.
Right.
And it's a very oxymoronic situation.
I've actually written a book about this.
Oh, have you? All right, I'm going to read it.
Woke is dead, which is an optimistic view of it, but I get into is capacity. So it was built.
You're suggesting killing old people sooner to alleviate stress.
No, definitely not bringing euthanasia to old people. No, what I'm suggesting is that when it was devised in the 50s, it was devised for a population of just around 50 million. Now we're heading to 70 million population, but we're living 10 years longer than we were in the 50s. The pressure that's put on infrastructure has been immense, and to the detriment, really, of this great system. I don't know what the answer is. I would love to live to 150. Is it a good idea?
Well, birth rate decline is going to bring the population down pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So you don't need to wait long. If you wait 70 years, you're going to see the top of the human civilization, and from there, it's a really, really steep decline.
Really?
Oh, huge. It's great.
Elon Musk warns about this all the time.
For every 100 South Koreans, there will be 4 great-grandchildren. That's a 96% drop over the next 100 years.
Yeah, it's scary.
And the UK is going to be... It is so precipitous, and I keep talking about it, and people keep getting mad. In the interim, people living longer is going to put more stress. What's also going to happen is, let's say that you have fewer young people being born and people living longer. This results in a demographic shape like this. What you want is like this. More young people who are contributing to the economy, who are able to look after, in terms of adding to infrastructure, supporting pensions, actually providing literal healthcare. But you have this. So you have an ever-increasing number of old people, an ever-decreasing number of young people. Who is going to support them? Who is going to be able to look after them? You have fewer nurses. You have less money being injected into the economy. And if you say, well, that doesn't matter because AI is going to come in and fix things, it's going to improve efficiency so much. Okay, that now results in 5 or 10 companies globally capturing almost all of the wealth and all of the power. That doesn't seem particularly fantastic for an egalitarian society either.
Is AI, Gary, I mean, I spoke to a surgeon in LA recently who said in a 3-week period that he wasn't at his hospital, the improvement in AI in his field was unbelievable.
It's
3 weeks.
astounding. It's really astounding. We use it. I mean, AI can take 700 trillion independent variables and create an actionable result.
Right.
So I think the use of AI in healthcare is you combine early detection, artificial intelligence, right, and big data, and you bring those 3 things together and you create actionable results. And that's why I think that we're going to see life extension to age 120, 140 within the next 5 years.
Really?
So if you're alive 5 years from today, it will be your choice whether or not you want to live to 120 or 150.
I mean, Elon Musk has shown me on his phone videos of his Optimus humanoid robots dancing. But are we going to, before we get to that, obviously they're going to come, and he says they're going to be the biggest thing in the world, that everyone's going to want one. There'll be $20,000 each. Rich people will have 10 of them, and they'll do everything, all the menial tasks you can imagine. But is there like a midway that's going to come too in terms of health where you'll start to become half bionic, right? Where your heart will pack up, so you'll get a bionic heart, almost like the old $6 million man. It will come.
Yeah, it's not really the organ replacement. It's the life extension. It's true life extension because, to date we've done 280 million, peer-reviewed, published, randomized clinical trials in the United States. And a lot of these trials are done in very myopic environments. You take a cell out of the body, you study how it behaves in a lab, and then you assume that when you put it back in the body, it's going to behave the same way. And nothing could be further from the truth. But what AI is capable of doing is looking at that cell in its community.
It models it.
So it models it, and it says, well, what if we take a statin, we lower cholesterol and reduce this risk of cardiovascular disease? What's the consequence of taking this valuable construction material out of the biome? Oh, well, now you have hormone disruption, you have cell membrane, cell wall disruption, you have increased risk of Alzheimer's, dementia. So it can look at this multifactorial system, this community that our cells
do it in
survive,
seconds,
and do it in seconds. 700 trillion independent variables. It far exceeds the capacity of the brightest mind in the world.
What do you think is going to be the first frontier of this? Is there something that you think will be the initial unlock when it comes to the
early
AI?
detection? So detecting cancers at stage 0, locking into the human genome right at birth. And I'm not talking about changing the human genome. I'm not talking about going in like CRISPR and snipping the human genome, but looking at people's genetic variants and saying, you have these predispositions, you have these inability to methylate certain nutrients. So this is your specific nutrient profile that you need to supplement with. This is your risk profile. Here's exactly what you need to avoid. And if you are going to use a chemical or synthetic or pharmaceutical, you'll know exactly the dose in exactly what form. Because right now we apply a blanket to the entire population.
So interesting. What's the one thing we shouldn't eat and the one thing we should eat? If you can literally name 2 things.
If I were only given 2 things, I'd say you shouldn't eat processed foods. Any processed foods. I mean, if you look at the blue zones, there's no continuity between diets.
Well, my favorite. I mean, I got a place in LA. My favorite story of American food, which it always startles me. If you have a loaf of bread in London, within a week it's molding.
Yeah.
That same loaf of bread in LA, I can leave it there a month, 6 weeks, 2 months. Nothing's changed.
You got to look at the difference in the number of ingredients in McDonald's fries in the UK versus the US.
Really? This is
like the first stat. So the UK and Europe is 3 ingredients, and one of them salt, which is optional, and the US is 15 ingredients. And this happens across the board. This is Cali Means and Casey Means big thing, right? Kellogg's are using the same factory that makes Fruit Loops for the US, also makes it for Canada.
But why? Why the wild discrepancy?
Because we have something called the GRAS laws, generally regarded as safe. This is one of the things that Bobby Kennedy and Health and Human Services is trying to modify. So generally regarded as safe has a lot of loopholes. So a lot of toxicity leaks into the food supply, petroleum-based food dyes, paraquat, glyphosate. And you look at these chemical companies like
The reason for the discrepancy in some of these food ingredients has to do with Americans being retarded and having no standards when it comes to culinary preferences. So Americans will eat like disgusting slop, and food manufacturers know this. So rather than, spending it, like shelling out more money for, actual higher quality food ingredients that makes the food taste better, well, in America, they can just add in a bunch of cheaper fillers and then sell it. One really good example of that is Hershey's chocolate bars. In Canada, Hershey's chocolate bars, they're just chocolate. It's like cocoa mass, sugar, cocoa fat, and like it's chocolate. In the United States, they add in, I think it's like carnauba wax or something, as a filler so that they don't need to spend as much money on the cocoa mass, which is expensive. Because, again, Americans are fucking retarded. They have no sense of taste. So these food manufacturers will add in a bunch of cheaper ingredients to the food because it just saves money. That explains the majority of the discrepancy in the ingredients list.
In China, for example, that makes paraquat, which is a felony to use in China. So you can't use this on crops in China. But it's manufactured there, and you export this to the United States, and we're considering in House Appropriations Bill, Section 453, we're actually considering giving broad immunity to these chemical companies for known harm. There's a correlated risk with Parkinson's disease. There are correlated risks to mesothelioma with things like glyphosate. But we'll give broad immunity to these chemical companies, and we're about to do that in the United States. And then these things leak into our food supply. So it's not the food, it's the distance from the food.
It gets even further than that. The inner lining of the bags that Kellogg comes in is there's a preservative that's put on the inside of that in America that isn't in Canada, and they're produced in the same factory next to each other.
You see,
I will say you do a better job of it here in the UK than we do in the States.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the reasons I've got a lot of time for Robbie Kennedy. I've interviewed him a number of times, and the more I've interviewed him, the less of a whack job I think he is. I think he has some ideas that are a bit out there, no question. But I do think he comes at it from a place of real informed opinion, albeit he disagrees with a lot of the official way of looking at stuff. And I look at America and you see a country that's full of a lot of unhealthy people.
Very much.
Very obese country comparatively to its wealth, right?
Most in the world.
And you think, well, clearly the expert view hasn't worked very well.
That's right.
The establishment way of treating these issues hasn't been working.
Everyone's a fat ass who wants to eat garbage. Like, you can tell people anything, they're just not going to do it. They're just going to eat fat, disgusting, fucking processed slop. Americans are just retarded fat gluttons. Like I don't understand how you can blame, these nutrition scientists and, the American College of Cardiology or any of these health organizations for the state of obesity in the United States. They're not telling people to go eat McDonald's and KFC and Taco Bell and eat ice cream and chocolate. It's people that are making these fucking life decisions on their own.
I do think that you can lay an awful lot of this, to speak as the kind of resident muggle in this side of the panel, I think you can lay a lot of it at the feet of hyper-palatable, ultra-processed foods that are calorie-dense, right? That carries a lot of the weight. We can point the finger at Red 40 and food dyes and seed oils and,
You have to pick the low-hanging fruit.
Which is, I can eat lots of this over and over again, and it has loads of calories in it. That's a very, very bad start for doing this sort of stuff. And Ozempic and the rise of GLP-1s and anorectics, as they're now called, as we move into like GLP-3s and GLP-4s and stuff like that, they are an artificial solution to an artificial problem.
Yeah, I mean, people are still bathing their cellular biology in toxic soup, but to taking tirzepatide, retatrutide, or semaglutide, Wegovy, Ozempic, to lower their hunger cravings so they eat less of the same garbage. The truth is we just need to get ultra-processed foods out of the diet because GLP-1 is a hormone we produce in our gut, and it's produced in response to nutrient density. So satiety comes from nutrient density. And when we remove the nutrients from the food, we replace those with chemical additives, a lot of which are intentionally designed to circumvent the GLP-1 response.
I was going to say, have you seen this? There's currently a war going on between food companies and the GLP-1s. So they're trying to make additives in food that bypass the way that GLP-1s work in the gut. I do have to say I had a cinnamon roll from around the corner just before I came in here. So again, I'm not quite the picture of
I'll tell you. Gary, I just want to mention before we finish, you've announced the launch of a methylation-focused DNA test, a personalized supplement line designed to transform human potential through genetic precision. In simple language, what is that?
That sounds really complicated. I do it for a living, so wow.
Yeah, that's called gobbledygook.
Of hyper-palatable, ultra-processed foods that are calorie-dense, right? That carries a lot of the weight.
Let's see, chase irons.
Stop stressing over pressing send. Get more from your boss with Quillbot, the free Chrome extension for complete confidence. Add it to Chrome. It's totally free.
What is going on, guys? Welcome to today's video, and welcome to fucking Rumble. Yeah, so welcome to the channel. My name is Chase Irons. If you are new, please do we do subscribe here? I don't even know what we do here. Subscribe to this channel and you know, hit the is there a notification bell here? I don't even know. Hit the notification bell so you know when we're dropping videos, because we will be doing that on a daily basis here on the Rumble now, because my channel on YouTube was deleted on Wednesday of last week, October 8th. I got the email as I was sitting down into my flight chair on my way to Vegas for the Mr. Olympia. I saw the email saying that my account had been deactivated by YouTube, and I wanted to make this video, number one, just to, you know, welcome the people over from YouTube and let you guys know what the hell happened, what went on, and what we're going to do going forward. So the reason that this happened is because YouTube's terms and conditions, they really do not like when you are, well, I mean, the big thing here is Big Pharma does not like the peptide industry, the industry that I am in, omegamino.net. Use code CHASE for 10% off there. Yeah, they do not like the peptide industry at all, and they are basically letting everyone know that if, you know, you've got people promoting these kinds of companies, that you need to shut them down, or they're going to do something, you know, whether it's like fine YouTube or something like that, you know, fine whatever industry is a part of that. That is not a problem here on Rumble, though. So we will not have to worry about that going forward on this platform, which is great, because we can talk about anything we want as much as we want, and not have to worry about any sort of censorship or you know, strikes or anything like that. So yeah, so the problem was that I was, you know, promoting my peptide websites over there and telling people where to purchase those products, like retatrutide, which we call GLP-3 on my website, or tirzepatide, or semaglutide, GLP-1, GLP-2, GLP-3 over there. And then, you know, we've got BPC 157, TB 500, pretty much everything you would want for a very, very good price. Yeah, so we can't do that on YouTube. But really, it's like the way that it gets brought up to YouTube is, you know, because we were doing it for a while. We were doing it for a while, and that's why we didn't really care, because we were doing it very quickly, very quickly. And, you know, because we are a new company, we weren't really on anybody's radar, especially YouTube. Like, YouTube doesn't know what that is. YouTube didn't know anything about it. So that's kind of the thing, is that they need to be, number one, made aware that omegamino.net was a peptide website. And the way that that happens is when a competitor or somebody that's extremely jealous reports your videos, mass reports your videos, saying that we are recommending that people go and purchase prescription drugs from a certain website, omegamino.net. So that's the real way that things kind of get brought to light to YouTube, is number one, omegamino.net needed to be put on their radar. And the only way that that happens is from somebody reporting us. Well, you can report us all you want. You know, you're not going to get the website shut down. Yeah, we are on our way to becoming a telehealth company where we have prescriptions and you won't be able to stop us. But that's coming soon. Yeah, so that's kind of the way these things go. There was somebody that was not very happy with our success and decided that they were going to try to put a hiccup in our progress. And it will be, you know, it will be a small hiccup. But what we're going to be doing moving forward is posting our videos here on Rumble, and we will be informing the people that, you know, that don't come to Rumble. We will be emailing you guys. Our website has a very healthy...
no, stupid. His website's not where I buy anything from.
The email subscriber list. And we will be pinging you guys with our videos on Rumble to let you know where we are to help build the channel back up to where it once was quickly and get some really good traction over here on Rumble so that we start to collect the people over here on Rumble as subscribers. So that is the game plan moving forward. If you got to this video from our email, please leave a comment down below that you received the email, that you are part of the email subscriber list. If you got, you know, notice of this video some other way, please just let us know how you came to find this video, whether it's Instagram or, you know, if it showed up organically on Rumble to you, you know. But a little bit more about me. I've been on YouTube for 9 years. We had over, I believe, 1,600 videos over there. We were at like 71,000 subscribers. We talk about bodybuilding, fitness, PEDs, peptides, nutrition. But all the past stuff that we've done is figure out, work with, any updates, and
yeah, so basically his YouTube channel got shut down because there's a bunch of pharmaceutical industry jackasses that are trying to stop people from selling all these GLP-1 agonists because it's affecting their ability to basically run a drug cartel where, you know, they can control the market where these drugs are only given out by prescription at much higher prices. It's really fucking retarded. But, yeah, gay.
On October 22nd, 1971, at the Eindhoven University of Technology, two of the most influential thinkers of the 20th century sat across each other to engage in civil debate in front of a live audience. Many topics were discussed, but the main argument centered around one question: is our sense of justice innate or learned? The listeners watched intently as Noah Chomsky and Michel Foucault defended their ideas, with Chomsky insisting that humanity's innate nature is to create and be free, and that society should be decentralized around this truth, while Foucault rejected the notion, arguing instead that justice is not born from nature, but from history and power structures. The two ended up finding some common middle ground in several moments of the debate, such as their critique of big institutions, but still
Noam Chomsky's a fucking idiot.
Held their opinion.
Like Noam Chomsky is the biggest, covert pseudo-intellectual on the fucking planet.
Without personally attacking one another. It was a rare moment where philosophical ideas were wrestled with publicly in real time, but this type of experience wasn't as rare as you might think. Though the debate wasn't broadcast to the general public, it wasn't uncommon for intellectuals to gather and exchange notions in order to try and progress society. like the James Baldwin versus William Buckley racial debate in 1965, or Susan Sontag's essays and lectures on photography and nuclear war in the 1980s. Are conversations like this still happening, and if so, where? And is the public intellectual as we know it slowly dying in the digital age, or just evolving into something else entirely? Let's try to answer those questions in this video. I want to begin by saying that a big influence for this video was a Substack essay titled The Death of the Public Intellectual. I think the author makes some great points that I would have reiterated even if I hadn't read the piece, but there's also some things I don't necessarily agree with, so think of this video as a continuation and critique of that essay. Now, when I say public intellectual, I'm talking about the types of people who write, think, and speak with intellectual depth in order to shape culture and plant fresh ideas into society. And in order to answer whether conversations like this are still happening, we first must examine the main mediums through which these discussions used to take place. It probably won't surprise you that there were two main forms of becoming what people would consider a public intellectual in the 60s, 70s, and 80s: written work or television. And both of these mediums required at least one of two things: high status or high achievement. If your written or verbal work wasn't already popularized, the chances of you being granted access to a stage that broadcasted to potentially millions of people was very slim. The barriers to entry in order to be considered a public intellectual were quite high, and as a result, there weren't that many people we could consider to be extremely influential to our culture, at least intellectually. And though many who passed that barrier held some very controversial opinions, ones that you might even argue set us back instead of moved us forward, they were influential and educated nonetheless. Another barrier that simply couldn't be surmounted if you wanted to dramatically alter public thought was the huge investment of time to craft and refine your ideas. It's a point I touched upon briefly in my last video on literacy, but there were no shortcuts to developing a new line of thinking. You had to consume either lectures or books, which at the very least took days to fully digest, then translate those ideas into your own words and explain in detail what they got right or wrong and why your ideas might be stronger. Take the work of existentialist philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre, for example.
Jeez, that eye is doing whatever the fuck it wants.
Many consider his book, Being in Nothingness, to be a must-read when first learning existentialism. Being in Nothingness is a dense, 800-page behemoth that took Sartre 2 years of concentrated work to finish, that challenges our notions of God and destiny, arguing that it is up to the individual to create their own meaning. He certainly got lucky in the sense that it was the best time to write about it, given that the Nazis were occupying France and people were losing hope in the idea of a god, but he also wrote plays like No Exit, novels like Nausea, and essays alongside his philosophy, making him one of the most influential thinkers in Paris. This established a sense of authority behind Sartre, and therefore he could frequently be seen hanging with other intellectual elites like Albert Camus and Simone Beauvoir. All of this is to say, you had to earn your right to make a cultural impact through potentially years of arduous academic work. That was the price tag to becoming a cultural vanguard. Now let's contrast that with today. The influence of many public intellectuals has shifted from one of depth to breadth. There's absolutely no shortage of great thinkers out there, but how those thinkers are required to present their ideas has experienced a pretty dramatic change. Maybe you've been trying to tackle your own problems, like the type of career path you want to go down through journaling or some other slow form of thinking. A career coach on strawberry.me, which is today's sponsor. Now, here's what the author of that Substack essay goes on to say. They argue that the people who do shape culture in the present day are not intellectuals, but instead influencers, using Susan Sontag and Hailey Bieber as an example. Writer Susan Sontag was considered a public intellectualist with mass appeal that people looked to get their ideas challenged in the 70s and 80s. And now, the people that would be looking for her are instead just letting someone like Hailey Bieber influence them purely through aesthetics. As the author puts it, we no longer look to those who challenge us intellectually, we look to those who offer us a perfectly packaged lifestyle. I'm not sure I'd really agree with this. I'd argue that by the time Susan Sontag was popular, like the 70s or 80s, the average populace was not seeking someone to challenge them intellectually. I don't think a person like Susan Sontag was the biggest influence on culture. Instead, I think it was, like today, celebrities, or what they're referred to now most likely as influencers. But instead of them being presented through social media back then, it was more so through TV, magazines, and movies. The people most susceptible to seeking out influence from traditional public intellectuals like Sontag are still making an effort to find those people. I truly believe that. The only difference now is, like I said before, that these types of intellectuals are forced to create for a much wider general audience, making their ideas heard more, but not necessarily felt more. I'll explain this further in a moment. And as for the general populace, who would have never sought out advice from public intellectuals like Sontag, their ability to comprehend something of the past with that kind of depth might be diminishing, as we now see with the decline in literacy rates. The digital landscape we now live in incentivizes a distinct type of public intellectual, one that, in order to thrive, must grab the attention of as many eyeballs as possible. And there's no better way to do that in social media algorithms designed to exploit human psychology than to provoke. Perhaps one of the best examples of this shift in behavior of public intellectuals is Jordan Peterson. Peterson's lectures when he was a professor in college,
yeah, he is not an intellectual,
which you can easily find on YouTube, represents someone with a deep understanding of psychology and philosophy. He would present ideas from intellectuals of the past in a way that was extremely relevant to our time, which made those videos resonate with a lot of young people, especially young men. But Peterson's real rise to fame was when he stepped outside of the bounds of his practice and debated college students on transgenderism. Peterson was then incentivized to continue going down this sort of path, and when you compare his earlier lectures to how he presents himself today, the content usually leans more towards emotional rather than logical.
I just feel like you kind of retreat into this semantic fog.
I'm not retreating at all. I'm advancing, sir. You are retreating. How do you define the God that you're rejecting?
How do you define worship?
To define God.
Define God.
Define it.
Define it.
We define
that as...
Define something. Define worship.
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
I can't even fully blame Peterson, nor...
And he's being defeated by ghosts, apparently.
Or do I think that everything he talks about in the present is pure nonsense. But now he might be realizing that having your ideas be heard is less about the depth and impact of your words and more about the intensity behind them. Social media algorithms reward extremist emotional behavior, causing a positive reinforcement loop between the creator and the platform. The creator finds that, to a certain point, the more clickbait and fiery words they use, the more people they will reach, which arguably has become the primary motivator for many current public intellectuals. As a result, what we're now seeing is intellectualism being stripped down into a series of self-affirming echo chambers that rarely invite nuance into the discussion. The people now placed on an intellectual pedestal are the ones taking advantage of the nature of short-form platforms, that nature being quick, easily digestible bites of information that lacks the full context of a broader conversation. In the same way that junk food feeds you without nurturing you, these clips give you the feeling that you're engaging with intellectually stimulating thought, but most of the time, they are just feeding your confirmation bias and hindering your ability to take in multiple different perspectives. Now, to defend our points in an argument, whether online or in real life, we're referencing some 30-second clip of a thinker or debater, ignoring any other context and potentially skewing the true intention of the creator's words. It astounds me how many more views these YouTube shorts have with clips of Charlie Kirk debates that use disgusting AI and clickbait to drive engagement, rather than the full debates themselves. And I know someone's going to distort my words here and act like I'm a Charlie Kirk supporter, and I loved everything he said when that's obviously not the case, but really after thinking about it, it doesn't surprise me at all because this is what our current system incentivizes, exploiting human psychology rather than using it to enrich others. What this creates is a culture whose foundations of intellect are built upon performance rather than pursuit of truth. And we've felt this shift reverberate through our intellectual spaces. Our politicians place more emphasis on presentation rather than enabling any sort of real change. Our education system often focuses more on optics and less on the quality of the education itself, which devalues degrees. And with such a large quantity of influences, thanks to social media and the internet, people have become increasingly confused about who is most trustworthy, who is actually worth listening to, and whose credentials are most valid. So to answer our questions from the beginning, yes, conversations like lectures and debates from the 60s or 70s are still happening, but they're happening through a medium which incentivizes rage and division over deep thought. And as a result, many current public intellectuals who probably would have developed into what we would have considered a traditional public intellectual evolved to comply with this change. Does that mean traditional public intellectuals are completely dead? No, I don't think so. I don't think that's the case at all. But their voices might be harder to hear over the convoluted babble of the internet where so much of our attention is now placed. With that being said, What can we do? Or what can you do as an individual? I always like proposing solutions, even though I am, ironically, guilty of many of the things I just criticized in this video. That doesn't go past me. I think the root of the problem is not so much in the messages currently being pushed to us, but rather the medium of those messages, that being social media, because of what it incentivizes. In order to break this trend, the average populace would need to be incentivized to go elsewhere other than social media, but it is so addictive and rewarding that I don't see that happening anytime soon, unless there's an even greater reward for not being on it, which there currently isn't. But that doesn't mean you have to be this way, and that doesn't mean that there isn't any sort of positive change happening on social media right now. I've started to see public debate in long formats being revitalized on certain podcasts, which is a great sign. And of course, there's an abundance of knowledge you can access for free thanks to the internet. We have never had so many great sources of wisdom we can tap into in almost no time at all, and all of the classic works published by traditional public intellectuals can likely be found online for free with a little bit of digging. It just requires an enormous amount of willpower to resist the internet slop that beckons at you every time you open your phone or computer. The inevitable consequence of the democratization of information and knowledge is that there is now a slew of junk knowledge and vapid information. So what I think will happen for the foreseeable future is exactly the type of inequality being exhibited with the increasing wealth gap and literacy gap in America. The people that do put in the extra effort to seek and comprehend difficult, culturally impactful texts will become smarter than ever, while the people who don't search for intellectually challenging information and never would have even in a different era will, for lack of a better word, get dumber than ever. Choose to climb towards the former and influence.
That's being hopeful. I don't know. I think you're probably just gonna see everybody become dumber and dumber.
A man was licked by his dog. This is how his organs shut down. JD is a 63-year-old man presenting to the emergency room with fever and shortness of breath. He tells the admitting nurse that purplish spots had developed all around his face starting about 3 days ago, and that the feeling in his right leg had started going numb. JD was healthy at 63 years old. He hadn't been to the hospital recently, and he hadn't traveled anywhere. Whatever was happening to him was something new. At examination, bruise-like spots were found all over his legs. There were no cuts or wounds present. If you put these together with fever and shortness of breath in someone who was fine just a couple of days ago, then this kind of looks like an infection. Good thing he didn't have a headache with neck stiffness, because if he did, that could mean meningitis, which is an infection that affects the brain. A blood test reveals that JD has lymphocytopenia. Lympho derived from Latin lympha, the goddess of water, and today referring to a type of white blood cell that fights infection. Cyto meaning cell, and penia meaning a deficiency of. A deficiency of white blood cells that fight infection. This was combined with an increase in blood markers that indicate that JD has increased inflammation, meaning that his immune system is now more active than normal. There was definitely something going on. Additional tests revealed that JD had thrombocytopenia. Thrombo from ancient Greek thrombus, meaning a piece or a lump, today referring to a blood.
What's your take on lower protein diet for muscle gain, like Alex Leonidas's recent video? Well, you can try eating whatever way you want. If it works for you, it works for you. I think especially for natural lifters, you can probably get away with lower protein intakes just fine. If you're on steroids that massively boost muscle protein synthesis and collagen synthesis, you're likely going to benefit from higher protein intakes.
Clot, a deficiency of blood clot cells. This makes sense because markers reveal that he has liver dysfunction. The liver is supposed to make blood clotting factors that stop you from bleeding when you get a cut. A dysfunctional liver means that those clotting factors aren't being made properly, and this fits with thrombocytopenia, giving the medical team some more clues as to what's happening because it's found that JD has acute.
Donation doesn't work. Sent 15 minutes ago. Oh, that sucks. Okay, well. Sorry about that, but yeah, that's been periodically happening lately. It's kind of fucking annoying and retarded. I've noticed that tends to happen later in the day for whatever reason. I don't know if it has something to do with Streamlabs getting like overrun with users. Like a lot of the streamers are streaming late at night and something to do with that.
Kidney injury. Muscle proteins were found floating around in his body, meaning that his muscles were breaking down, actually dissolving away. These muscle proteins get caught in his kidneys and start to damage the tubules. All of this is only the start of his problems. When you work out, your muscles produce lactic acid as a metabolic byproduct from increased activity, but for JD, so much lactic acid was found in him that he's in acidosis. There was no indication that he was doing any strenuous exercise, meaning that large parts of his body might not be receiving enough oxygen in compliance with the demand for normal function. Without taking medicines or any history of other disease, but with a fever and skin reaction, this could point to a possible massive bacteremia or bacterial presence in blood. The fever.
Yeah, I haven't gotten any donations in the last like 40 minutes. Yeah, none. So there's got to be an issue with Streamlabs.
The liver dysfunction, the dissolving muscles and kidney failure, all of these add up to a medical emergency with impending, life-threatening consequences as JD is admitted into the hospital. Multiple antibiotics were started empirically. This means that the medical team doesn't know exactly which bacteria is floating around in his body at the moment, so they want to cover as much as they can during this time. The reason that this is done is because figuring out which bacteria is causing his problems is going to take days. Samples need to be collected from the body, and from those samples, bacteria needs to be grown and cultured to get a measurable amount that can be identified. The days that this will take are days that JD doesn't have, because his muscles are dissolving inside of him, and his organs are all shutting down. As the hours pass, JD's mental status starts to decline. He becomes disoriented and confused. This encephalopathy means that his liver isn't just dysfunctional, he's now in acute liver failure. More monitoring finds that his kidneys are worsening. His intestines are now obstructed because the muscles of his GI tract have become paralyzed as the bruising on his skin becomes a deeper purple color. As the night continues, a hospital code is announced on the hospital speakers. JD's heart has stopped beating. Doctors, nurses, and pharmacists immediately converge on his room to try to bring him back. Several minutes pass. A heartbeat comes back, and he's resuscitated, but his blood pressure is still low. A tube is placed down his throat, and he's put on mechanical ventilation. Medicines are administered to him to both constrict his blood vessels and to promote the force of his heart contractions. All of this is done because if his organs are not perfused with blood because of that low blood pressure, the bad things happening to him will worsen. But as time continues, those bad things continue to worsen. The kidneys are supposed to filter blood. If they don't, metabolic waste begins to build up. And because he isn't getting any better, his kidney failure continues to decline, and he's put on a machine that does that filtering for him, something called dialysis. If JD was previously healthy, what is even happening? How can he go from living normal life one day to having his heart stop in a hospital bed just a few days later? Blood culture results from the lab return to the medical team. A gram-negative, rod-shaped bacteria identified as Capnocytophaga canamorsis was found. This bacteria lives in the mouths of pet dogs and cats. It doesn't affect canine or feline life forms. It doesn't live natively inside humans. If a human comes into contact with this bacteria, the immune system almost always destroys it, protecting our bodies from infection. But if a human gets a bite from those animals and this person is immunocompromised, meaning that their immune system isn't working properly, then this bacteria can proliferate and spill into the bloodstream. And when the body issues a generalized response to this bacteria in the bloodstream, the uncontrolled reaction by the immune system shuts down the entire body. When you get a cut, the surrounding area becomes swollen, red, and warm. This inflammation is the immune system sending white blood cells, sending chemical and protein signals to the site of injury. The walls of the blood vessels are forced to relax by these mediators so that more immune cells can enter the site as fluid rushes in, causing the swelling. This is similar to what's happening to JD, except instead of a small localized region of a cut, his entire body's blood vessels are forced to relax, causing his blood pressure to drop. Without adequate pressure to push the blood through the organs, it results in tissue ischemia. Isk from an old Greek word meaning to restrain, and emia meaning presence of blood. A restrained presence of blood in the tissues. As less oxygen from the blood reaches the organs, their dysfunction begins to set in. The inner lining of the blood vessels in these organs start to develop.
Have you seen Destiny's video on the Hassan dog abuse situation? And if so, do you plan on debating him about his hypocrisy? I've heard that he's been blocking vegans on Twitter who have been calling him out on this lol.
I haven't seen Destiny's video on the Hassan thing. I've seen some clips, and yeah, I mean, everyone knows Destiny's a complete hypocrite with the whole veganism thing. Like, if he's going to criticize Hassan for abusing his dog, clearly animals in the meat industry are getting abused worse. And I don't know why he has a complete and utter inability to ever admit he's wrong or concede anything. At least when it comes to the veganism topic. I don't know if he has that kind of... I guess I have seen it before. He has debated Jack Angstrich before, and that was brutal. He has a complete and utter inability to ever admit he's wrong about anything. Yeah, he blocked Ask Yourself. So yeah. It is what it is. Thanks for the donation though, Ben Boy.
Lesions. This is because activated white blood cells bind to the cells of this lining, forcing the release of reactive chemicals, injuring them and forming lesions all along this lining. The result of this cellular insult means that the blood vessel narrows, making it even harder for blood to pass through the organs. When combined with a low pressure to push that blood through, the organs aren't just dysfunctional anymore, they're starting to fail. As less oxygen is delivered to the organs, mitochondrial dysfunction starts to happen in the cell. Respiratory enzymes that make the mitochondria, the powerhouse of the cell, become inhibited, meaning that energy is no longer produced properly. Stress begins to build up as mitochondrial DNA begins to break down. The same chemical that dilates the blood vessels in inflammatory response approaches the inner membrane and the matrix proteins of the mitochondria and begins to dissolve the mitochondrial ultrastructure. Instead of a powerhouse, the mitochondria degrades into a sludge that promotes cell death and causing all of his organs to shut down. This is called sepsis, and the resulting low blood pressure is septic shock. If Capnocytophagia canamorsis bacteria is swarming around in his blood and forcing his immune system to react this way, where did it come from and how did it enter his body? Closer examination of JD finds no dog bite marks, no scratch marks, so those are ruled out. He was previously healthy, meaning that he has no history of immunodeficiency or history of taking medicines that could compromise his immune system. His family confirmed that JD did love his pets. He was very close with them. The spleen is an organ that recycles old red blood cells, but it also stores white blood cells, which are integral to the immune system. If someone doesn't have a spleen, then they could be predisposed to an infection from capnocytophagia. But JD's spleen was functional, meaning that all of this points to a misfortune and a freak accident, because without a bite mark or any predisposing factors that would indicate immunocompromise, it means some degree of licking and puppy kisses delivered Capnocytophagia canamorsis from the dog's mouth to some entrance in JD's body, whether through his mouth or through the pores of his skin, as this zoonosis was spread all throughout his body. A capnocytophagia infection is rare. In the United States, millions of people have dogs, and the infection isn't even tracked. In the Netherlands, a record of 0.67 cases per 1 million people happen per year, meaning that JD is less than 1 in a million. And among those...
Dude, that would suck. Like, especially knowing this, like, happens to nobody, and then you, like, lose all your arms and legs and shit from one of these fucked up infections, or die.
Those who do have a capnocytophagia infection, the fatality rate is around 25%, meaning because he's 1 in a million already, there's a chance that he could be 1 in 4 too. Additional antibiotics were added to his regimen. As the days pass, JD's fever clears. Repeat blood tests find some improvements in some markers, but worsening in others. On the 8th day of hospitalization, a fungus named Candida albicans was found in his blood. Fungus has nothing to do with the dog. Where did that come from? Well, some clinical implications need to be accounted for here. Candida is present in your gut microbiome. This would be all the microscopic organisms that live inside your stomach and intestines to help you digest. When broad-spectrum antibiotics are given, like in JD's case, lots of the bacteria in that microbiome are incidentally eliminated. But Candida is a fungus. Antibiotics don't affect fungus that way. It starts to take over, reproduce in mass, and cause a fungal overgrowth. Because JD was in the intensive care unit, a central line was placed. This gives the medical team access into his body. Candida lives on your skin. It's not affecting you right now because you're probably not admitted in the intensive care unit. But as the catheter has a connection directly to a central vein in JD through his skin, it introduces a vector for the fungus to enter his body and to colonize, increasing his risk for infection the longer that it's in place. An antifungal medicine was added to JD. His skin started blistering, and 10 days after the initiation of antibiotics, signs of systemic infection were still present. Blood tests seemed to normalize in him. His thrombocytopenia seemed to resolve. His muscles didn't seem to be dissolving anymore, but the next day, the nurse alerts everyone that JD's fever has returned. More tests find that inflammatory markers were rising again. Typically, if a patient is starting to improve but the fever returns in the intensive care unit, this could indicate a hospital-acquired infection. But in the ICU, most of these parameters can be controlled, so yet another antibiotic was added again to JD. A CT scan of his chest revealed possible pneumonia, this time from a new fungus, Aspergillus fumigatus, as was detected in the secretions from his trachea. Antifungal medicine was changed and his antibiotic regimen was simplified. For the next few days, JD was improving again. But 4 days later, an abdominal CT scan revealed that the blood flow to his spleen is now obstructed. This infarction, a Latin word meaning to stuff or to pack into, means that something has caused a blood clot to be stuffed into a vessel of his spleen. The scan confirms a complete infarction, meaning that all blood flow was obstructed as the organ starts to necrose. As doctors look at JD, they see all 4 of his limbs have developed gangrene, meaning that the blood supply has been cut off from them and that the tissue is no longer viable. If he survives this, it's likely that he won't have his original limbs to use for the rest of his life. Sepsis has been known to humans for several thousand years now. The ancient Egyptians used these hieroglyphs to describe a principle, something that couldn't be seen by the eye that was contained near what we know now as the intestines. This principle could travel up to the heart and cause death. Today, we know that as bacteria because we're able to see it with microscopes, but ancient Egyptians didn't have microscopes, meaning that they knew something from the gut can cause very bad problems. The interesting thing about these glyphs is that the 5th one is not pronounced. It indicates that the word or the idea presented by the immediate previous glyphs are describing something disgusting. In the ancient Egyptian hieroglyph for the brain, that same final glyph is present, meaning that the ancients thought that the brain was something disgusting. But the Greeks developed the Egyptian idea of self-intoxication from something disgusting stemming from the intestines in the brain. They used the word sepsis, which implied a bad smell, and it was contrasted with pepsis, which described a concoction of some sort. Hippocrates wrote that sepsis was the process by which flesh decays, swamps generate foul airs and smells, and the process by which wounds fester. Clearly, he knew something that he couldn't see with his eyes was the cause of all of these problems. In the West, it took 2,000 years to further develop these ideas. In 1684, an Italian physician, Francesco Redi, ran an experiment to see if sepsis really produced small creatures spontaneously, as written by Aristotle. He took pots filled with meat, fish, or cheese and let them rot in the open. Flies gathered and laid eggs, creating maggots. He repeated the experiment, this time with a fine gauze covering the meat, fish, or cheese. Flies gathered, but this time they could only lay their eggs on the gauze. No maggots grew in the baits, meaning that small creatures don't spontaneously generate from the process of sepsis. Today, we know that the idea behind these hieroglyphs is bacteria, and even
I've got a Samsung S20 FE.
more recently, Capnocytophagia canamorsis used to be called DF2 in pre-1990 literature because it hadn't been classified as a new species. The first case was reported in 1961 California when a 17-year-old boy who had undergone a splenectomy, that is a removal of his spleen, 3 years earlier for a football injury, had sustained a dog bite and fell ill days later. Several reports describing DF2 are in literature before 1989 when it was finally given the name Capnocytophagia canamorsis. And while germ theory of disease gave a basis for bacteria causing sepsis, it didn't explain why patients' organs still shut down in the cases when the target bacteria was successfully eliminated from the body. This multi-organ failure is the same one that's happening to JD. Another CT scan is done on his head. In his brain, severe hypoxia or low oxygen was found with a swelling of fluid. Because the brain is enclosed in the skull, there isn't much room for it to expand when there is a swelling of fluid, meaning that permanent brain damage is happening right now to JD. The medical team meets with his family, and it's determined that therapy will be de-escalated. If he comes back from this, he will have permanent brain damage. He won't have his original arms and legs to use anymore, and there will likely be loss of normal function for all of his organs. In septic shock, sometimes it's not just the bacteria itself that causes the problems, it's how the body responds. Starting with the tissue ischemia, almost everything described in the process of the organs shutting down was not just caused by the bacteria, but also by the human immune system. The nitric oxide dilation of the blood vessels caused low blood pressure. The white blood cells caused endothelial damage to the lining of the blood vessels and caused microcirculatory lesions, narrowing the vessel, worsening the decrease in blood flow in the face of severe hypotension. Capnocytophagia canamorsis is one of the most lethal sepsis pathogens described. It's right up there with Neisseria meningitis and Streptococcus pneumoniae. Those names tell you exactly what they cause. Capnocytophagia can live inside white blood cells after it has been phagocytosed or eaten by them. So as the immune system tries to destroy the bacteria, they hide inside instead. And they can do this because they create an enzyme that breaks down hydrogen peroxide that would have otherwise destroyed them inside the immune cells. This is something called catalase, and as they reproduce, break out, and diffuse through the bloodstream, the immune system reacts systemically as capnocytophagia spills everywhere. Small blood clots form as the complement system is activated from inflammation before the liver shuts down. These clots lodge into the extremities, cutting off blood flow to them, causing gangrene to develop as the tissue starts to necrose, just like what happened to JD. On day 16 of his admission, the therapy was finished. Days later, he was returned home to family for processions. The point of this case is not to scare anyone of their animal. The infection is rare enough that it's not tracked in the United States. If you aren't immunocompromised and you're a healthy person with a strong immune system, getting licked by your dog or cat is probably not going to be a problem. But the point of this case is to say, if you have pets and
I have a kitty.
You're very close with them physically, if you develop flu-like
Oh my goodness, that's a good kitty.
symptoms that are worse
Oh my god, I love kitties. Kitties are the best.
than a simple viral infection, you want to get that checked out. What I'm talking about is things like an intense fever with bruise-like spots that develop under the skin in places that you haven't bumped, big dark spots that rapidly develop, or something like a severe shortness of breath. Don't wait. Get it checked out immediately. I think most folks know of someone in their life who had a fever and a couple days later passed away in the hospital. There's a good chance that that was some degree of sepsis from either waiting too long or from a freak accident.
Yeah, that's
For the last
really fucked.
100 days, I cut all my workouts in half. I wanted to see what would happen if I went from doing my usual 3 to 4 sets per exercise down to just one all-out set, sometimes 2. Would I lose muscle? Well, in this video, I'll break down exactly what I did, what the science says, and what happened to my physique. For as long as I've been training, I've always been a pretty high volume guy.
Here's the best kitty for you then.
Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Oh my god, he just might be the best kitty. Definitely the most sentient. Oh my god.
Yeah, you're cute.
I think he might know that he's cute. Oh my god, look at him.
So cute.
Look at his little toes.
Precious boy.
Oh my
Very
god.
precious. You're very precious. Very, very precious.
Oh, he's also sleepy. That's a good cat. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though.
For one, that's the way the bodybuilding greats like Arnold, Ronnie Coleman, and Jay Cutler all trained, and it's also what the science suggested was most optimal. So for me, it was kind of a no-brainer. I generally do at least 3 to 4 sets on each and every exercise, every workout. But like I said, for the last 100 days, I flipped that completely. I became the lowest volume guy in the gym. Instead of 3 to 4 sets, I only did 1 or 2 sets per exercise. That's it. For several lifts, I just do one all-out max effort set and move on. Now, to get everyone on the same page, when I say volume, I mean the total number of hard working sets that you do for a muscle each week. So if you do a large number of sets, you're doing a high volume program. If you do a small number of sets, you're doing a low volume program. So let's use our chest as an example. Let's say you hit your chest on 2 days, 3 sets of chest press on Monday and 3 sets of cable flies on Thursday. And that's all you do for the week. That means your weekly chest volume is 6 sets per week. And for the last decade or so, the standard science-based guideline for sets per muscle per week was, what do you think? It's about 10 to 20 sets per muscle per week. That's quite a lot. Going with our chest example, the low end of the science-based range at 10 sets would look like this. 3 sets of chest press plus 3 sets of cable flies on Monday and 4 sets of push-ups on Thursday. And the high end of the science-based range at 20 sets would look like this. 4 sets of chest press and 4 sets of cable flies on Monday, 3 sets of push-ups and 3 sets of pec deck on Wednesday, 3 sets of incline press and 3 sets of dumbbell flies.
Who in the fuck does push-ups?
On Friday. That's a lot of chest, and that doesn't include warm-up sets. These are all hard working sets all the way to failure or very close to it. And of course, that's just for one muscle. For your total body volume, you need to add up all the sets for all your other muscles too. Those are some long workouts. Trust me, I trained like this for years, but not anymore. This is what my full week of chest training looks like now. 2 sets of incline press and 2 sets of pec deck on Monday, 2 sets of machine chest press on Thursday. That's it, 6 sets per week. Let's use this graph to compare how my current volumes look.
You think he is roided?
No, definitely not. He'd be bigger, stronger, and less whiny and nasally. Thanks for the donation, James.
Compared to the standard science-based volumes. This is what the high end of the science range.
A donation within a donation.
Oh my god, look at him.
So
My
cute.
goodness.
Look at his little toes.
Precious boy.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Very
god.
precious.
Oh wow.
Very precious. Very, very precious.
Oh.
Holy shit, he's looking right at you. You can see the sentience right there.
He's also sleepy.
Oh my goodness.
That's a good cat.
That's a really
Thanks
good
for
cat.
the donation.
Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though. Government workers are on strike in BC. We're running out of weed. Maybe a week left if we are lucky. Yeah, Canada Post is also on strike. Oh, so yeah. Oh, geez. A lot of silly nonsense all over the world.
Can we play the game where you're riding a yellow spiky circle that reminds me of a certain fruit and you're being chased by a saw? What's that game called? Is it called something rider? Like the name of that spiky fruit plus rider? Can we play that?
No, we're definitely not playing that game. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Range looks like, and this is what the low end of the science range looks like. And this is what I'm doing right now. So it's pretty freaking low across the board. Most of my muscles get 6 sets per week. Some get 4 sets per week, and a few are in the 8 to 10 range. My shoulders get 10 sets, my back gets 9, my glutes get 9, and my quads get 8. On average, I'm only doing about 6.5 sets per muscle per week. And for the 100-day experiment, I split that volume up like this. Upper, lower, rest, upper, lower, arms, rest. And I repeated that split for 14 weeks. The thing is, on paper, by following this plan, I was training at a level of volume that most experts would say is too low to maximize muscle growth. For the past 15 years, the research has been hammering the same message.
No,
Volume
never
is
been to
king.
Vancouver.
Back in 2010, James Krieger published a meta-analysis of 8 studies comparing 1 set versus 2 to 3 sets per exercise. And what he found was clear. Doing more sets caused more gains. 2 to 3 sets per exercise was about 40% more effective than just doing 1 set. And over the next 6 years, at least another 7 studies on volume and hypertrophy were published. So in 2016, Krieger and colleagues dropped another meta-analysis. This time, rather than sets per exercise, they looked at sets per muscle per week, and they found a clear dose-response effect. Once again, more volume meant more gains. By this point, volume had pretty much cemented itself as the main driver of hypertrophy within the science-based community. I was even singing its praises.
Dodo donate $2, make a pull in chat, VG, Silent Hill, F, or Battlefield. We'll probably play some Battlefield tonight. I don't have Silent Hill F downloaded. We'll probably play Silent Hill F in like a week. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Training volume. This has been cited as being the main driver of hypertrophy. But were we all kind of wrong? Well, last year, Pelland and colleagues dropped the biggest, most detailed meta-analysis on training volume that's ever been published by far. Now, we're up from 15 to, get this, 35 studies on training volume for muscle growth. And this time, they found another super clear dose-response relationship between volume and hypertrophy. More volume, more gains. And that trend held from as low as 4 sets per muscle per week all the way up to 43 sets per muscle per week. Even the authors were kind of like, man, I don't know what to tell you. Doing a lot of volume just really seems to work. But there are some issues. If you venture deep into the dingy underground corners of the online science-based lifting subculture, you'll find plenty of people criticizing this paper. You'll hear that none of these studies are actually measuring true muscle growth. What's really happening is all that high volume training is simply causing the muscle to swell up with blood and inflammation, something called edema. It's really just a big pump that lasts a few days, making it look like the subjects gained more muscle when the researchers measured it. There's probably some truth to this, but it's not the angle I'm taking. I think the overall effect is just too big across too many studies.
I won't
It's more than just
play
edema.
Assassin's Creed
Plus,
because
the authors address this in the paper itself. No. Instead, I'm going to criticize this literature through a much more practical lens. First, let's get this straight. These studies didn't apply high volumes to every muscle all at once. No. Most of them just blasted their biceps and triceps or their quads with high volumes. And for the most part, all their other muscles were trained normally or not at all. So the best you can really say is that high volume works if you blast a single muscle or two. Even the authors note that doing high volume for your entire body could cause some serious recovery issues. And speaking of recovery, almost all of these studies were done at around maintenance calories. But what happens if you're in a caloric deficit like I am right now? A deficit means less energy, which means
Dodo donators, how is that stealing is haram, but also Islam promotes stealing, like stealing territory from non-Muslims, for example. It's only a bad thing if you steal from Muslims. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Your arms have become larger than Joey Sentience. Those are some large arms. Those are some good arms. And those are some large arms. Large and good arms. 77 octodecillion 777 septendecillion 777 sexdecillion 777 quindecillion 777 quatuordecillion 777 tridecillion 777 duodecillion 777 undecillion 777 decillion 777 nonillion 777 octillion 777 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777.
I don't know if my arms are as large as Joey's sentience. His sentience is quite big, but thanks for the donation, Ethan, though. Opinion on this edema shit, been torn on it for a while. I don't think that's a great explanation because you would imagine there'd be a limit to how swollen a muscle can get. So I would imagine it would account for some of the discrepancy, but not all of it.
Means less recovery. So it's just not clear if these results apply when you're cutting. This is a crucial point that I'll come back to when I show you my fat loss results throughout this low volume experiment. Perhaps most importantly though, all of these studies are short-term interventions. They usually only last 6 to 12 weeks. So what happens over a longer time frame, like a year or two? Do higher volumes keep pulling you ahead forever, or do they just give you a short-term boost and lower volume training would eventually catch up as you get closer and closer to your natural limit? Based on this research, we can't really say because they don't last long enough. And then there's this whole thing with diminishing returns in general. On the surface, all these studies can definitely make it feel like doing exponentially more volume will get you exponentially more gains, but that isn't how it works at all. The extra muscle growth that you get by doing more and more volume gets smaller and smaller. All of that is why I wanted to test this out for myself. Was I doing all this volume just based on some bodybuilding anecdotes from guys 100 pounds bigger than me and some science that, while valid, has some serious practical limitations? My N=1 experiment lasted for 100 days, which is longer than almost all of these studies I've shown you so far. I tracked my chest strength and my quad strength using a standardized science-based protocol. I tracked my physique with progress photos under the exact same lighting, and I tracked my body fat and lean mass with DEXA. For the challenge, I wrote the most effective low volume split I could think of. Upper, lower, rest, upper, lower, arms and delts, rest. In just 1 to 2 sets per exercise, with almost every set taken to failure. I knew from other research that if I was going low on volume, I needed to go ultra high on intensity. Oh, come on, yeah! Nice, dude. We got a little cheaty at the end, but I'm gonna count it. Ooh. Oh, man. I love this machine. Now, I'll be honest. I did have some doubts, especially in those first few weeks. After years and years of doing 10 to 20 sets per muscle per week, it did feel like I wasn't doing enough. But by around week 3, I noticed something surprising. Not only was I not losing size, I actually looked harder and fuller. I was noticing more vascularity too. That's probably because I was getting leaner, but the lower volume training was still keeping my muscles fuller than what I expected. And most importantly to me, despite steadily losing weight, I was keeping my strength up on all my lifts. And that's probably the best indicator that I was keeping my muscle. After the first month was up, I started to think that maybe I just didn't need as much volume as I used to think, as long as I was pushing really hard. The research does show, for the most part, that on average, higher volume training does lead to more muscle growth. However, I do think on a cut, a low volume program can make more sense, and that's because you have a lower recovery capacity, and so a high volume training program can just be harder to recover from. So yeah, if you're doing a bulk or a recomp or whatever, high volume training works great. I think it makes perfect sense. But when you're on a cut, I think a lower volume program with really high intensity is a smarter approach, and that's what we're doing. But maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. 1 month isn't that much to go by, and new programs are always fun at first anyway. Plus, if it turns out that I lose a bunch of muscle by the 100-day check-in, I might change my tune. By the midway point, I started to feel like all that extra volume that I used to do was depleting me more than I realized. I actually think it was holding me back in some ways, because training is supposed to be fun. And I'll tell you, I used to dread doing some of those super high volume workouts, especially leg days, and especially when cutting. Nowadays, for my leg workout, I hit 2 sets of squats, 2 sets of leg curls, 1 set of lunges, 2 sets of leg extensions, 1 set of abductions, and 2...
You know, that's one thing I can say steroids really, like, they really have a huge psychological impact with training. You can set up extremely grueling workouts where, you know, you're planning to do, like, you know, balls to the wall, all out sets, and you're just, it just doesn't faze you. Like before, I used to have really huge issues doing high repetitions for squats. Like, I'd get nervous beforehand, and on top of that, it was just really fucking hard. I've always been really bad with doing high rep work, period. But especially on squats, like anything over 7 reps was just super, super difficult. But I've been able to just easily manage 15 rep sets, and it just doesn't faze me, either physically or psychologically. So steroids are a huge benefit for that sort of thing.
2 sets of calves. It's not nothing, it's still a hard workout, but it only takes me about 45, maybe 60 minutes if I take my time, and I absolutely love it. I'm also more locked in than ever before. I don't know if it's some of my ADHD tendencies, but during almost every single high volume workout I used to do, my focus would always start to taper off near the middle. I'd go on my phone more, I'd rest a little longer in between sets, and just start socializing. An already long workout would drag on even more. And this is where a low volume training style really shines. It's what I've been calling the focus effect. When you know you only have 1 or 2 sets to get the job done, you will lock in. Before every set, I remind myself that I need to nail my execution and my effort. And because of that, I don't think there's been a single set where I didn't bring the intensity for this entire challenge. But I don't want you to just take my word for it. After all, this challenge only has 1 subject, and I haven't even shown you my results yet. And even if they are amazing, you shouldn't base too much of your own training off of one person's experience. That's why I want to take a second look at the science. Because while on the surface, it really can look like volume is king, there is more support for a lower volume training approach than you'd think, at least in the right context. For example, there's a lot of data showing that you need way less volume to maintain muscle than you need to build muscle. This classic study from Bickel and colleagues had subjects run 2 phases back to back, a high volume phase and a low volume phase. For the high volume phase, they hit their legs 3 days a week. Each workout had 3 sets of squats, 3 sets of leg press, and 3 sets of leg extensions. That's 27 sets per week just for their quads. And they did that for 16 weeks. Then, half the subjects entered a super low volume phase, where they dropped their workload down to, get this, 1 set for each exercise once a week. That means they went from 27 sets down to 3. And guess what happened to their gains? They maintained 100% of their size and strength for another 16 weeks. Oh, and then another 16 weeks after that. They maintained their gains for 32 weeks. That's 224 days, doing just 1 set per exercise, 3 sets total a week. That's it. And there were 70 subjects in that study. Some of them actually kept making gains during the low volume phase. And to really drive this home, a brand new low volume study from September of this year, so just last month, was just published. In this paper, Herman and colleagues had 42 resistance-trained subjects run a low volume program, 2 full body workouts per week with just 1 set per exercise. Each workout took about 30 minutes. They split everyone doing that low volume program into a failure group and a non-failure group. The failure group obviously went to failure. The non-failure group left 2 reps in reserve. Other than that, both groups were following that 30-minute workout twice a week low volume plan. And after 8 weeks of 1 set per exercise per workout, Both groups made significant gains. The failure group tended to grow better overall, though. So this new study tells us two really important things. First, on a low-volume program, going to failure seems to work better. And perhaps more importantly, it tells us that even experienced trainees can make gains on a low-volume program.
Volume might not be the king that we thought. At least that's what I make of this 2023 meta-analysis from Robinson and colleagues, which very clearly showed that the closer you train to failure, the more muscle you gain. To me, if any one variable should wear the crown, it should probably be training hard, right? And with low volume training, since you're only doing a small handful of sets, you can afford to push nearly every single set to failure without hurting your recovery. If you tried to do that on a higher volume plan, the fatigue and injury risk would eventually start to outweigh any marginal benefits. So after 100 days of low volume workouts, what happened? Did it work? Well, this is what I looked like at the beginning of the challenge. And this is what I look like now, after 100 days of low volume training. I was cutting during this experiment, so I am clearly leaner now, but I also think I look more jacked, especially in my legs and my shoulders. And despite being about 7 pounds lighter in the after, I think I held on to my muscle fullness, size, and density really well, and my DEXA supports that too. From day 1 to day 100, I lost 5.5 pounds of fat mass and 1.8 pounds of lean mass. I think that's a really solid ratio, especially when you consider that lean mass isn't only muscle mass. It also includes any water that I lost during the cut. And at my training age, you always lose some water as you shred down. But the crazy thing is, I think my results are even better than that implies, because throughout this challenge, I got 3 DEXA scans. One done on day 1, another on day 30, and a final check-in on day 100. From day 30 to day 100, so across 70 days of low volume training, I actually gained half a pound of lean mass while losing another 2.3 pounds of fat mass. That lean mass change could be within the margin of error, but it was still pretty encouraging to see. I also gained strength. Even in the very last week of my cut, when my macros were the lowest, I was hitting new PRs on the pendulum squat. I did 5 reps with 5 plates 2 weeks ago. 6 reps with 5 plates last week. 7 reps with 5 plates this week. Let's go. And my weight is going down. It's so insane how much better you lock in when you own the final upper body workout of the experiment. Press and the leg extension under a strict fasted protocol. Considering that I lost 7 pounds, I'm already very advanced, and I was actually doing really low volume compared to my baseline, I think that's super solid in all arms. The biggest surprise for me though was just how good the workouts felt. This variable is becoming more and more important to me.
Yeah, if you're dieting, you should definitely do fewer sets. I am tired. I'm having a high amount of sleepy. No, my sleep's been kind of messed up for the last few days. I think I'm just gonna take advantage of being tired and just go to bed and try to get to sleep at a normal time and then wake up at a normal time. I'm definitely gonna do a workout stream tomorrow, so morning or afternoon we'll do chest, shoulders, triceps. I took an extra day off today because I just needed an extra day off. I had some overlapping soreness. Oh, hey, Louis Marco did a video. Let's just watch this quick.
Straight up, I believe that Derek's biceps is the worst biceps in Mr. Olympia history. Period. And that's by a long shot. It should not even belong to a local show. As a mean of comparison, top right is Big Ramy. Bottom right is Phil Heath. Bottom left is Jay Cutler. They smoke him by a mile, light years. There is another shot of him. Same thing, same story. Does not stand a chance. And these guys are not.
This looks like he was using some sort of sight injection or something. It's just weird that his arms kind of look like fatter.
Not Ronnie Coleman. They're not Boyer Coe. They're not Robbie Robinson. Look at them. You know, they're average bicepses. And that's it. But they smoke him out of the water senseless. Again, this is not Boyer Coe or freaking Beckley's, baby, please. Al Beckley's. Where's the signal that Miss Olympia is given? I feel here the sway of the tricep. You can see it. It's an anatomy course. I'm not even going to delve into the delt quads. Come on. And then you wonder where the fans.
I do not understand how this guy could have been Mr. Olympia. He just has some of the oddest proportions. And, like, yeah, he has some funky looking body parts, like his legs and arms. Just looks like a strange, roided up midget. I don't get it.
Are outraged? Give me a break.
Like, the standards for open bodybuilding have kind of gotten retarded.
And so, Mr. Good Vito, this Russian giant who lives in Brazil, got number 10. If you have a son and you want to get him...
Yeah, seriously, like the 10th place guy had a better physique than the first place guy.
...to love in bodybuilding, good luck trying to explain to him how Derek is 10 spots ahead of this guy.
Yeah, it's
picture
silly.
next to picture. Mandatory versus mandatory. It is mind-boggling, right? This is not subjectivity. This is freaking politics. It's worse than 1980 Arnold Miss Olympia, right? Or 2001 Ronnie.
Yeah, only classic physique, the judging standards seem to be sensible.
Versus Jay Cutler or the right quads. Look at him. He has no bubble gut. Every muscle is oversized.
All right, but yeah, I'm going to try to get my sleep back to normal, and we'll do a workout stream in the morning or afternoon, and then we'll do a normal stream later in the day. But big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. As always, keep making those vegan and steroid gains, and I will see you all tomorrow.